Roy, I
Namaskar,
know.
greetings.
Good afternoon to you because it is 1:30 there.
Good afternoon. Namaste to everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm very happy to see you all here. And it is a very important day because from this moment, a lot of things will change because we are here to expose all what is troubling the harmony between men and women. And from that moment, we have to find the solution. And the solution is here among us, in the midst of us. And today, we have 3 days to find the solution, how to solve the problem of gender equality forever. Because this event is not only just an event like that. This event is going to every government in the world. I am doing that. And it's my responsibility. And I want everyone to know. This is why we have people from the world joining, and they have a lot of things to say. So I'm very happy, very proud of you to be here. We are broadcasting also in direct. We have several people who will join us also. Do we have our baby today? Shania is she with us?
Yes, she's with us.
Because I can't see her.
We have Dr. Noreen also with us.
Yes. Oh, here our
Dr.
baby.
Rajput, of course, he's here with us.
Yes.
Hey, everyone.
Hi, Dr. Noreen. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. And you?
I'm
Nice to see you here.
fine.
Thank you so much for giving me invitation and participate in your very precious
Dr. Noreen, you will
webinar.
open your camera also because you are our guest of honor. I
Oh,
want
thank you so much.
to
Yeah.
your family.
Good afternoon, my queen. How are you?
Oh,
Oh,
hi.
we are fine, thank you. And you?
I'm doing good, and you?
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Noreen is a sister for me, and she is also from the United Nations. She is the representative of the United Nations in Switzerland, Geneva, Austria, and where, sister? In Italy, I think, right?
New York, USA.
Yes, New York, Switzerland, and
Austria, Vienna.
so she is the representative of United Nations. So as you can see, this debate is very important for the world because she will also make some notes. I will make some notes. We'll report all that when we have our meeting in the United Nations and all that. And we are the solution. We are the solution. So let's do it. So guys, when you are ready, it's up to you. Our master of ceremony is Dr. Namita Rajput. And here, and she, up to you, sister, and all the rest. Thank you.
So with your permission, can we start?
Yes, I believe that we can start.
One moment, Dr. Namita. There is a request to participant Galaxy A52017 to please rename yourself so that the debate is quite smooth with all of us. So yes, Dr. Namita, you may please begin.
I, Professor Dr. Namita Rajput, teaching in University of Delhi and President, Education Department Success World 1, India. Welcome everyone in this 3-day international debate starting from 22nd March, that is today, to 23rd March 2022, between men and women on a pertinent theme, men's empire versus women's empire. So the topic is very pertinent, and the gender equality is a human right, and the women are entitled to live with dignity and with the freedom from want and from fear. Gender equality is also a precondition for advancing the development and reducing the poverty. Empowered women contribute to the health and productivity of the whole families and communities, and they improve the prospects for the next generation, still despite solid evidence demonstrating the centrality of the women empowerment to realizing the human rights, reducing the poverty, and promoting the development and addressing the world's most urgent challenges, that is gender equality, remains an unfulfilled promise. So today we have gathered to discuss the various issues on inequality among the different genders with an intent to provide some solutions, resolutions to the various problems that stem out of these differences in a bid to move towards a world where differences are appreciated and the best comes out of every one and each one of us. So with these words, I call upon the chief guest of today, Dr. Baby Shanaya Singh, our guest of honors, Dr. Pramod Rajput, Lucas, Rania, Fidelis, and Dr. Noreen. So first of all, I would like to welcome Baby Shanaya for her welcome speech. So we welcome you, Baby Shanaya. Please enlighten us with the words of wisdom at this small age.
Good evening, ma'am. Thank you for having me here. Hello, everyone. Namaste. I'm your friend Shanaya Singh from India, and I'm 7 years old. I'm the world's youngest storyteller. My name has
Shanaya, please stop. Can I request Galaxy A52017 to please re-enter with your name, with your original name? Shanaya, you may please continue.
I'm the world's youngest storyteller. My name has entered the International Book of World Records, Asia Book of Records, India Book of Records, and America Book of Records for being the world's youngest storyteller. And today I'm going to talk about gender equality. Gender equality is about gender equality is about giving love and equal respect to women in our society. In olden times, it was believed that only boys could make their parents proud. But that's not the truth. Even girls can make their parents proud. Girls can be doctors, cooks. Girls could reach the moon, and most importantly, girls could give life to another one. So we should respect girls equally. So without further ado, let us continue with our story. This is on women empowerment. Mulan. In ancient times of China, there lived a girl named Mulan. Her father used to go in the army and fight, but he was a retired general since he was becoming old and could not fight anymore. So one day, the government announced that each family had to send one man to fight in the army, but since Mulan's father was a retired general, he could not go, and this bad news made Mulan very sad. She sat up all night thinking what to do. Suddenly, an idea struck Mulan's mind. The next day, she chopped her hair, wore her father's armor, and went to fight in the army for 1 year. When the army was over, the emperor himself was amazed and gave Mulan an award for bravery for being so brave. When she returned to her family greeted her. Mulan wore back her normal clothes and promised to teach her brother how to fight. Many days later, she met her friends. Her soldier friends were so amazed that a girl had fought for her country. This story had spread across China. So friends, the moral of the story is. Whatever boys can do, girls can do too. We should never compare ourselves with anyone. Thank you.
Thank you, baby
How
Shanaina.
wonderful.
Lovely words. Very nice. Wonderful speech. So next I call upon
Thank you, ma'am.
our guest of honor, Dr. P.K. Rajput.
I
For his
just want to say something, to allow me. Thank
Yeah,
you
please.
so much to our baby. It is just something amazing. And she is 7 years old and she just gave us a lesson. And that we have to think about that. I have chosen her as a chief guest because that the equality gender need to start from our children. And this baby just gave us a lesson how we can bring harmony together. Thank you, baby. We love you very much. And don't forget, tomorrow you are.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity today. Thank you.
Oh, I love you very much. And don't forget, you can intervene at any time. And tomorrow you are also with us. Don't forget that. We love you,
Okay,
baby.
ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Queen, for enlightening words. So now I call upon our guest of honor, the Senior Vice President, working with 40 years of experience in sales and marketing and in charge of 21 countries across the globe. Yes, none other than Dr. P.K. Rajput. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Namita, and very, very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the eminent personalities, eminent member. I am extremely thankful to Her Royal Majesty Queen Nadia Harihari, ma'am from France, for giving me, I can say not from France, for the entire globe, because she is going to present it to the entire different part of the world. And I'm very thankful for giving me such a golden opportunity to be part of this great discussion, great debate, where in the 3 days of time, the golden nuggets will be shared by more than 100 eminent, renowned personalities across the world. Either it's a male or it's a female. It's based on, we all know, gender, gap, parity, equity, equality, and empowerment. And these are the basic requirements are there. That's the reason from 2015 SDG, Sustainable Development Goal, has taken them as the point number 5 and point number 10. So it is very, very true if they have taken, but what we did in the 5 years of time, how we are progressing, how we are going to make the things happen. Because empowering women is empowering the humanity. It sheds light on the great achievements of the women in the various fields. Just now, Shania Baby has told about the old story. At that time, the women was empowered. When the ancestor, even Rani Lakshmi Bai, there are so many are there, Rani Chennamma from Karnataka. There are so many women who have been empowered and they made the difference about it. So empowering women is a great responsibility of this 21st century. It is so necessary for the gender equality because for a nation to develop, it needs every one contribution for the sustainable development, irrespective of the any gender, whether male, female, religion, ethnicity, caste, or creed. Believe you, ma'am, gone are the days when women confined themselves within the home and were not allowed to step out of the house for the work. Today, the society is completely changing and seen a lot of changes. Women are breaking many barriers. Many changes have taken place. Not only the women, but the world is realizing that is strength. I don't say that the male are less than that because male and female, both men and women are the part of the coin. And when these two parts of the coins are not good, then how the coins is going to work. So I like to highlight here, what is a great and heart-touching debate which we are going to have. Let's build a world balance with the gender equality. Because we all agree, in the same month, on 8th of March, the International Women's Power Day has also spoken about the gender equality today for the sustainable tomorrow. So we all understood about it, that the equal rights and opportunity for the women and the men is very, very important, that help humankind to fulfill their potential. But why we need it? It is very, very important because gender equality is essential for the economical growth, personal growth, sustainable growth. And some examples which is there, which has to be taken care, which is the gender gap has to be taken care. The legal rights has to be given. No biased approach should be given for the women. Why should be only with the men? Because I'll be talking more of the female side, because I respect this part, because I want that every female should be given that particular right, which is very, very important, because a female is a world for the entire thing. A female is a family. A female is the entire colony. A female is the entire city. So it is like 1 + 1, 1 + 1 will act to make the things happen. Female genital mutilation should be stopped. Female infanticide should be stopped. Honor killing should be stopped, which is still happening in many countries. Job priorities has to be given. And when a lady becomes a mother, and when she wants to come back to the office, her effectivity and efficiency never ever goes down. It is the same, she'll become more responsible for the work, at the same time for her home as well. So we all have to encourage, as a man I'm talking, we have to encourage the female. We have to educate the girl child. We have to empathize with them. We have to empower women and the girls. We have to ensure the health education should be a must. And that's why the gender imparity can be taken care. We have to ensure the aspirations for the girl child. And let me tell you, being a father of a girl child, I'd like to request all the fathers, because please encourage your girl child, which is very important. Then only there will be there will no gap of the disparity will be there. And make education as a gender sensitive. It should not be confined to the one area. Give proper value to the women when they are working. Appreciate them, motivate them, and encourage them to speak out. Why there is only 7 to 10% of the women are there in the entire world working in the different scenario? Why the women are not there in the boardroom? Why it is there? So this is the point where we should talk, that minimum 30 to 35% of the women should be a part of the boardroom. They should be part of the different companies, institutions, organizations. So parents must encourage them to join even defense services like Navy, military, and Air Force. Let me tell you, the parents, they discourage. They said, why should go there? Because unless and until we will not encourage them, the things are not going to happen. To stop the child marriages and sexual harassment, which is again very, very important part. We should take it. We should stand by with them. As a man, we should be standing by. That's why the no imperative will be there. A woman, and a very important point here I like to highlight, to stop the gender imperative, a woman must stand next to the women. She must support completely. Maybe a person is doing well, but there should not be any scratching behind it, because a woman can be empowering the other women, which is again very important. And if the men, they say, if the men, they require the love, respect, care, position, so the women also require it. They are the epitome of all the things. They are the backbone of the entire society for the family. So that's why I always say that there should not be any discrimination between a male and the female. And as a male, I always say that we all should stand by next to the female, to respect them, to encourage them, to provide the real power which is required. Now only 10 years are left over. We are talking about SDG 2030. And today, Noreen ma'am is representing the SDG from different parts of the world. Today, she will be able to understand that the challenges of recovering fast is very important, because again, COVID has pulled us down. Again, the women has gone back, that the 10% has gone to only 6.5% in the entire world. So we have to work on it. We have to stand by with this, so that there should not be a gender imparity. This is my thinking. This is my learning. And thank you so much for giving me such a wonderful opportunity on this wonderful platform. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Dr. P.K. Rajput, for your, all the discourse, all the points which you highlighted in terms of empowerment of the women, in terms of stopping the crime, in terms of, some regulatory pushes and the quotas, which is to be implemented to push the women on the top. So actually a joint effort is needed. And one thing I really liked about your speech was that a woman should support a woman, because that is also, one of the prime reasons owing to which the women cannot come up, because a woman does not support a woman. So that is also very pertinent and very nicely highlighted by you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for giving this opportunity, ma'am. Thank you.
Next, I call upon our next guest of honor, Miss Rania Lampu. So we welcome you, ma'am, on this dais, and please enlighten us with your words of wisdom. We welcome you.
Greetings from Greece. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm Rania Lampo. I'm very, very honored to participate in this wonderful event under the leadership of Her Excellency Queen Nadia. Warmly thank dear Nadia for her kind invitation. Gender equality and sustainable development, they are inseparable. The challenges of building pathways to sustainability and enhancing gender equality are both urgent. Why? Because there are moral, ethical, and practical reasons why gender equality must be integral to sustainable development. First, it is a moral and ethical imperative, building more equitable gender relations that support the human rights, dignity, and capabilities of women, intersected by differences of class, of race, of sexuality, of age, and abilities, is a central requirement of any ethical world order. Secondly, given the fact that women suffer most from environmental, climatic, and economic shocks and stresses, which undermines their vital roles in sustaining their families and communities, new patterns must be redressed to help them not to become victims anymore. And most significant is the need to build on women's agency. Attention to gender offers routes to improve resource productivity and efficiency, to enhance ecosystem conservation and sustainable use, and of course, to build a more sustainable world. Half of the Earth's population is made up by women. So by not recognizing the potential and the abilities of women, the world is divided and it cannot operate it as a whole. It's not very clever to isolate and restrict half of the population of the Earth. Creative civilizations evolve through dialogue and participation, and this applies to creative people too. So the truth is that men and women are equal, although they look and act in different ways. And these differences is what makes the Earth a more interesting place that can support the evolution of everybody. Women have been and can be central actors in pathways to sustainability, to digital and green transformation. So we need to recognize and respect, acknowledge the rights, the capabilities, and ensure that roles are matched with rights and control over resource and decision-making power. And today, nowadays, women have proven that they can become leaders too. The role of women in today business is very important because they can leverage their natural intuition, their social communication skills, the interactive leadership model, and they can encourage participation, facilitate inclusion, sharing power, information, and self-esteem. So these women are those who bring unique transformational ideas into the workforce, and they are those who demonstrate superior leadership values. They bring fresh, new outlooks and perspectives, and they have always the ability to wear many hats because they can balance careers, they can balance household, and can be successful career women too. They're always optimistic and positive. They see the glass as half full, not half empty. They're always go-getters. They put dreams into action. They're always fear tackler because they tackle any obstacle. They don't run away from them. And of course, they speak up when they believe that something is wrong in society. So we deserve as women to feel proud of ourselves. We don't need to be approved by anyone. We need to believe in ourselves. We need to feel proud of our accomplishments. We deserve to share our pride. So empowering women is important to enact policies to overcome women's unequal access still to economic opportunities by promoting equal pay, combat gender, labor market segregation, to prohibit sexual harassment, to ensure full employment. What I'm trying to do as educator is one fighting for the equality between women and men in the field of natural sciences. And why? Because I want to sensitize my students to make them aware of the importance of the fact that women should have equal opportunities with men in developing themselves as scientists. So I organize with my students many radio broadcasts out of the European School Radio about women in science. And also recently I launched an international project which is called Gender-Based Violence, Why Peace is a Much Better Option. And it's implemented in public schools in Nigeria. It's inspired by high rates of gender-based violence in Nigeria. So by concluding, I want to say that women's education and their economic and social empowerment have a very important effects on the policy of reducing poverty and their respectability in the society. So we needed to reimagine a sustainable world in which gender equality is the key element, and provide powerful tools to enable such transformation. We need to empower women and girls to have a voice and be equal players in decision making, because without gender equality today, a sustainable future and an equal future remains beyond our reach. Thank you very much for your attention. And thank you very much, Queen Nadia, for the invitation.
Thank you, Rania Lempu, for your speech, for your key suggestions in terms of empowering the women, in terms of the ethical issues to be embedded, etc. So we are actually thankful for your suggestions, and definitely we'll find some good solutions when we are going to conclude the sessions. So thank you so much for accepting our invitation, for being the guest of honor here. So next I call upon Noreen Akram for her speech. So we welcome you, ma'am. You can unmute yourself and start with your speech. Miss Noreen Akram.
Sorry, my mic was off. So thank you so much for everyone. And I think everyone is giving us very good like words, because they are very high potentials, and also they have a huge experience in the field of gender equality and women empowerment and men's empowerment as well. So I'm starting from my side. So hello everyone, thank you for having me here. My name is Dr. Noreen Akram Rathore. I am advocate, registered foreign lawyer, UK and Wales, and main representative in United Nations at Europe chapter and New York, USA. And still I am studying comparative European and international legal studies, especially European law. And I'm going to be speaking to you today about men's empire versus women empires. To begin my speech, it's important to know that we are all here for noble cause and maintain a peace of the society as well as for a world. My one of colleague, I forgot the name, he was talking about a woman empowerment. I just giving to mention one thing is, in my opinion, when we are talking about women empowerment, we should not forget role of a man empowerment in the world, because they are also very important. So I'm starting my words with the United Nations commemorating the 25th anniversary of the historic Forum World Conference on Women. And this is a declaration in Beijing, and the agenda gave us an important milestone to promote gender equality worldwide. According to this declaration, everyone should know 10 things about gender equality. Number one, tackling the global gender gap will boost global GDP. Second, progress towards gender equality have been marginal since 2015. Large gaps remain. Third, over the past 2 decades, while women in advanced economics have made large gains as workers, consumers, and savers, they have faced rising cost and insecurity. Number four, women continue to work a double shift at home. 5, women face growing challenges for automations. 6, the challenge for women is now even greater as they experience economic fallout from COVID-19. In 7 is that we can grow our way out of some gender equality issues, but not others. The number 8 point is companies that are gender and ethnically diverse outer performance their peers. 9, the corporate career pipelines for women is leaky, especially early on. And the 10th is all stakeholders need to work together to maintain and accelerate progress on gender equality. So first we have to talk about differences between men and women, capture difference along many possible dimensions, including work, education, experience, occupation. When the gender pay gap is calculated by the comparison all male workers to all female workers, in respective of difference along these additional dimensions, the result is the raw or unadjusted pay gap. On the contrary, when the gap is calculated after accounting for underlying differences in education, experience, etc., then the result is the adjusted pay gap. So I want to highlight the theme for Balance for Better, or International Women's Day, which is held every year on 8 March. Some of the idea that a gender balance word benefits everyone economically and socially. And it's up to everyone, men and women, to make it happen. Furthermore, there are a huge difference in the type of inequality faced by the women in different parts of the world, from cultural representations of domestic burdens and child marriage, but through collective actions and shared ownership, change is possible. I want to mention three causes that women are 47% more likely to suffer severe injuries in car crashes because safety features are designed for men. Number two, 33,000 girls become child brides every day globally. 12 million girls each year get married before the age of 18. Roughly 33,000 every day, or one every 2 seconds. There are some 65 million women alive today which child brides were. I want to come into your knowledge. These marriages almost done in rural areas through their traditions, norms, and lack of awareness. Number three, women in a rural part of Africa spend 40 billion hours a year collecting water. According to the UN collectively, these women spend 40 billion hours a year collecting just for water. You can imagine, like, this is a huge thing. A typically economy only gives women 3/4 the rights of men in the mayor area. Now, a question is that how to handle unequal, unfair, ineffective, and inefficient gender equality in healthy, why it exists, and how we can change it. So, gender inequality damages the physical and mental health of millions of girls and women across the globe, and also of boys and men. Despite the many tangible benefits it gives men through resource, power, authority, and control, because of the numbers of people involved and the magnitude of the problem, taking action to improve gender equity in health and to address women's rights to health in one of the most direct and potent way to reduce health inequities and ensure effective use of health resources. Deepening and consistently implementing human rights instruments can be a powerful mechanism to motivate and mobilize governments, peoples, and especially women, as well as men, are themselves. Last but not least, we should not forget the value of a man and woman, and the simple way to understand the first creature of God, obviously a man after woman, create for men. So many men also suffering with domestic violence, mentally tortured, physically abused by women. According to German research, 40% men are victims every month in Europe, and there is a special helpline they created for the speech therapy for the men. And because men cannot express their feelings because they are a man, and society does not accept men as a victimized. This is very important. As far as I am concerned, we cannot forget the value of a man in our world, while God defined different systems in the bodies of the woman and man. Woman's body function differently and the man's body function differently. We are parallel, not equal. We are part and parcel, but not equal. We are integral part of the home, society, country, world, and universe, but not equal. Women are more than powerful than men, rather than men's families and societies. We should proud being a woman because we have a capacity to build a nation. If we can build our children as a true human, then we can build a nation. World. We have to accept our duties and body functions being a woman as well as men's. Of course, we have a lots of ideologies gaps, such as traditionally norms, rigid behavior of different cultures, so and so. Traditionally is very rigid and we cannot change it, as knew we very well. So this is really a big issue in this world. We have educate our coming generation according to the modern era, new rules, and try to understand the role of the woman, how to respect a woman, how to treat a woman in the modern world. The demand going on into 2022, skill raising in priority, and are exactly those most human ones. I have pointed out 8 points to introduce to fill this gap and bring a new society introduced in the world through these points. First of all, build a character as a role model, our children. Give a new analytical thinking to our children, maintain level of cooperation, collaboration with society without thinking gender, emotional intelligence and value of patience, behavior and communication, increase a level of tolerance, submission as a human, not a man. if we are doing this kind of thing, because mostly women responsible for the training of the children. So if we are train our children according these points, I think we can be near to our goal. This is my personal opinion, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The real issues you have raised and talked about the solutions, reformations, how we can support each other, the importance of males and females both. That is, we should not forget the important and a pertinent role which the males can also play. And we were actually enlightened by the statistics which you mentioned about that, how the men are also harassed. So we need to break the stereotypes. We have to come across, and bridge all the gender gap and parity and make the world a better world. And in terms of equality, equity, some policies have to be in place. So, mobilizing of the women, educating the women were the real good shares of which he shared with us. So we are actually enlightened. Ms. Noreen Akram, we really thank you for coming on this dais and sharing your wisdom. So now I call upon our Queen, Nadia, for her speech. And we welcome you. Because of her, we are all together here. She's the inspiring force behind everything. It's the effort of day and night of so many days that has seen the light today. So we welcome you, Queen Nadia, and for your speech. So please enlighten us.
Namaste. Thank you so much, Dr. Namita. Namaste to everyone. Greetings. Salam alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Bonjour, and thank you. Thank you for being here today. I am very happy because when I see all these people present here, for me, it's really touching, because I see that men and women feel concerned by what we are living today, but concerned by the change, concerned by the humanity, and love for humanity, and love for this equality between men and women. Today is a debate. It's a debate between men and women. Today, we are exposing the troubles that we have, the troubles that are breaking the harmony between men and women. You see, we all want equality. We all speak about equality. All of you here are speaking about equality gender. But in reality, it's not the case. We have to be real. We have to say the truth. We are all speaking about gender equality. We all want gender equality, but it is respected nowhere. The problem that we are facing here in Europe of this equality of gender is different from the one in India, or the one in Africa, or one in Canada, and all that. We all have problems. We have to recognize it and find a sustainable solution that will bring us to this peace. Because when there is harmony, there is peace. You see, this world, all the universe have been created with two supreme energy, a masculine energy and feminine energy, the fire and the water. We women represent the water. Men represent the fire. Can we say that the fire will exist without the water, or the water will exist without the fire? No, they have exactly the same energy, the same power. They are in the same level of energy, even if they are different. The beauty of that they are standing together imbalance everywhere. And when we are violating this balance, we are in trouble. Why? This world, everything is balanced. The positive, the negative, the right of everyone is here. The polarity of everything. Our problem today is that this is unbalanced, and it is a big impact on us and on our environment. And this imbalance, we are suffering of it, and we are not even aware. I want to say something very important that is also dear to me. You see, in different countries, and I am in touch with different governments, I am in touch with different society and different people from around the world. In different countries, we have this picture where we can find a minister who is a woman who is a minister. Yes, we can say that they are respecting everything, but in reality, it's only an appearance, because in the country, the woman has no right even to speak in the midst of the family. She has not the right even to open her mouth. This kind of problem, we can find it everywhere. We have sexual harassment, we have domestic violence, we are killing our children. When a baby born and it is a child, it is buried alive. That we have to denounce it. We have some women that they are put, they just married, they go to their new family and all that, and her husband, maybe because he is a mental, and he's putting acid on her. And that, do you think that it's normal? When you are leaving the home of your parents and going to the home of your husband, and your husband is not respecting you, beating you, and making the troubles to you, what is the interest to be alive if you have to live a misery like that? Gender equality is important for a nation because it will bring prosperity, it will bring health, respect of human rights. Because remember, we are all humans, men and women are in the same linear. You understand? So this is why this debate, I know several men are with us, but several men are also not agree to see their women going to work and doing or even driving or learning anything. That it is a problem of mindset. But if the woman accept and it is her choice, so we are respecting her. But this violation of human rights, women rights, children rights need to stop. We need to bring balance and restore our world. Today we are the voice of the voiceless. So many people, they don't dare, they cannot speak because they are scared. They are scared of their husband. They are scared of their father or their brother. They are scared of men. They are scared of men to speak because they don't have the right. They are considered like object. They have no value. But let me remind you also something. The problem is not only the woman. We have also several men suffering from that. Here in Europe, we have men that are beaten by their own women. This is the truth. This is the truth. You will tell me, oh, are you crazy, Queen? Have you seen the strength of the man? Have you seen the physical of the man? How he can be beaten by his wife? But this is the reality. It is true. And for these men, we have to find a solution for them. We have to find a solution for them. Men and women are suffering because of the society, not because of the government or the law of the government. This is not true. This is the problem of the society, not a problem of government. The problem is in our home, in our mindset. And if we don't restore our mindset and bring a new energy, new words, new positivity, new solution, we will all die. Trust me. We will all kill one another one day. Trust me. We have to restore urgently this balance between all of us. Respect everyone. Today we will discuss. It's not a program of panelists and speaking like that. No, today it's a discussion. So anyone will have to speak. Anyone will raise his hand. I count on our guest of honor also to participate anytime and give their opinion. And everyone is important. Everyone is important. We are here to find solution and also denounce all the problems that we are facing in the world. Everyone in this country has an history, and we need to know, because today we are just here for the world. We need to balance our world before we disappear all. Trust me. So I thank you very much for being here, and please speak with your heart. Speak with your heart and say what you're facing there. What are the problems in your country? And let's discuss. It's a debate. Let's discuss in order to bring the solution. Thank you.
Yeah, thank
But
you.
Queen, if I may,
Thank you.
sorry, my lady, if I may say something, sorry for interrupting. I know I'm the rebel of everything where Queen Nadia is involved. And thank you very much for the opportunity to be on this debate.
Thank you, Colonel Hank, for being with us. No, Commander Hank. Commander Hank is with us from South Africa. Thank you for being with us.
My Queen, it's an honor for me always to see you and be on your side and together with you and all the team members from Successful One is. My Queen, the only thing is what I can say is, yeah, you know me, I'm a guy, also a person that is very anti-women abuse, anti-child abuse and everything. The only way that we can accomplish in this is, at the end of the day, is how are we going to get into the government? Because the minute we can government gazette a women equality, a women abuse and children abuse, and add it into the government gazette, that's the only way that at the end of the day that the men empowerment and the bullying is going to stop.
Commander Hank, are you really expecting from the government to change the situation? If
My
you are
Queen, no.
from the
My
government,
Queen,
you have no change to change.
no, my Queen, is not going to happen from the government side, but even as from us as humanity, from those little amount of people, it's not everywhere in each country. But if you look at the countries that is where the abuse comes from, and that is not equality to women, how at the end of the day we must sit down and think, how can we gain the confidence? Because you know what, it's like I posted on the group, you know, the women are the backbone. Women's Day, women's work never stops. It's 24/7 that a woman is in action, because it starts with the children. It starts after that, it's houseworking. After that, it is when make sure that when the man comes home, he's happy. After that, it doesn't stop. She's getting maybe an hour's sleep. Then she starts up and she must prepare for the children. Then from that, she must prepare for the husband again. And then at the end of the day, if we all can come with a conclusion and say, okay, listen, this is how we can win. But do you really think that in some countries we are going to win?
I believe everything is a question of acceptance, and the choice. Everything is a question of choice.
I agree with you 100%. It's a question of choice. Yes, the majority, as I followed you and I watch you and everything and what you're doing, a majority is with you and the minority is not. The minority is the ones that are rebels against what you believe and I believe in. And we believe in equality to women and children. We believe in equality for a woman in a workspace. The same money that I'm as a man earning as a manager, and the woman, because she's a woman, she's not earning the same salary because she's a woman, which is unfair inequality. But she's doing the same work. But now, at the end of the day, to get all of that rectified, how are we going to do that?
Yeah,
it's a big stumbling block.
Commander Heng, we are here to make noise. It is the beginning. Now, actually, we are making this debate on Zoom. It is international debate. From next month, we are making it national debate. So everyone in his country will speak about that. And don't forget that we are doing it also physically everywhere. Every year we are going to a country and we are inviting more than 10,000 people from every sector, politicians, scientists. You will be there because you are in the security and all that. So
I told you from the start, my queen. I told you from the start, my queen. Next to you and the king, I'll be the bodyguard. I promised you that.
Thank you. Love you very much.
I love you too, my queen.
So you see, we are just not here to discuss. Okay, it's not interesting for me to speak again and again and again. No, for me, action are better. But before to really act, we need to understand the problem. When we understand the problem, we are capable to find the solution. So yes, Commander Heng, we are not stopping on only this debate. We are from next month, we will make national debate first in Zoom, and in few months we are going in every country. For example, we will start by Morocco, and Morocco we will do it under the patronage of the royal family there, and we have one of them, of a great lady also here from Morocco. She's with us. It's Dr. Rabea. She's also here with us from Morocco, and
I'm glad that I got another affiliation that's on Morocco, because I'm also part of the Morocco Academy, International Training Academy in Morocco. I must say that, you know what, it will be a pleasure to have you there with me in the country where I'm affiliated with as the instructor of the training in South Africa from Morocco. And I must say from my side, thanks to Dr. Kelvin for introducing me to you guys. And let's win this. We can win this. You know, it's God's will, everything is possible.
Yeah, this is great. Thank you, Commander. So we'll give you more update. Please, Dr. Namita, continue our program. And we will discuss also.
Yes, thank you, sir, for your kind words. And I really want to thank our queen, Nadia, for sharing such an emotional speech, which she spoke from heart. All the points which she raised are so pertinent, and we will continue with such topics as and when we further in the program of this international debate of 3 days. So straight away coming on to the first track and much awaited event, that is the international debate of men's empire versus the female's empire. We start with the gender gap parity track. And we call upon our first speaker, Ms. Radhika Katyal, for her views. We welcome you, Radhika Katyal. Can you unmute yourself and start with your thoughts and your words which you have collated today.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Professor Namita Rajput. And a very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone in different time zones. And warm greetings to Queen Nadia. I hope everyone is doing good here. And I am Radhika Katyal. I'm a PhD scholar, and I'm also a head of Sabla Women's Wing in SAM Educational Trust. And I am going to be talking about gender equality and women's empowerment today. Yeah, and gender equality is a human right, but our world faces a persistent gap in access to opportunities and decision-making power for men and women. Globally, women have fewer opportunities for economic participation than men, less access to basic and higher education, greater health and safety risk, and less political representation. Guaranteeing the rights of women and giving them opportunities to reach their full potential is critical not only for attaining gender equality, but also for meeting a wide range of international development goals. Empowered women and girls contribute to the health and productivity of their families, community, countries, and creating a ripple effect that benefits everyone. The word gender describes the socially constructed roles and responsibilities that societies consider appropriate for women and men. Gender equality means that men and women have equal power, equal opportunities for financial independence, education, and personal development. Women empowerment is a critical aspect of achieving gender equality. It includes increasing a woman's sense of self-worth, her decision-making power, her access of opportunities and resources, her power and control over her own life, inside and outside the home, and her ability to effect change. Yet, gender issues are not focused on women alone, but on the relationship between men and women in the society. The actions and attitudes of men and boys play an essential role in achieving gender equality. Education, I believe, is a key area of focus here. Although the world is making progress in achieving gender parity in education, girls still make up a higher percentage of out-of-school children than boys. I mean, there are more girl dropouts than boys. Approximately 1/4 of girls in the developing world do not attend schools. Typically, families with limited means who cannot afford costs such as school fees, uniforms, and supplies for all their children prioritize the education of their sons over their daughters. Families also rely on girls' labor for household chores, carrying water, childcare, leaving limited time for schooling. But prioritizing girls' education provides perhaps the single highest return on investment in developing world. And how might that be? Because an educated girl is more likely to postpone her marriage, raise a smaller family, have healthier children, and are more likely to send their children to school. She has more opportunities to earn an income and to participate in the political processes, and she is less likely to be infected with HIV/AIDS. Globally, no country has fully attained gender equality. Scandinavian countries like Iceland, Norway, Finland, and Sweden lead the world in their progress towards closing the gender gap. In these countries, there is relatively equitable distribution of available income, resources, and opportunities for men and women. The greatest gender gaps are identified primarily in the Middle East, Africa, and South Asia. However, a number of countries in these regions, including Lesotho, South Africa, and Sri Lanka, outrank the United States in gender equality. Gender equality is the goal that will help abolish poverty, that will create more equal economies, fairer societies, and happier men, women, and children. Women and girls everywhere must have equal rights and opportunities and should be able to live life free of violence and discrimination. Women's equality and empowerment is one of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, but also integral to all dimensions of inclusive and sustainable development. In short, all the SDGs depend on the achievement of Goal 5, that is, achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. I read this line somewhere. It said, gender equality is not a women's issue, but a human issue. It affects us all. And with that, I conclude my speech. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Radhika, for your kind words. So
I would like to add to this, since she mentioned that, in Scandinavian nations, the gender gap is like quite narrow. And, the recent happiness index shows that, these Scandinavian nations, they are the happiest nations. So, we have then in front of us an example that how if we work upon closing this gender gap, this is going to lead us to happiness. So I want everybody to drive home this fact. And we all should work together more towards closing of this gender gap, because this is going to make us more happy.
yeah, thank you, Aishwarya, for your interjection. It was really nice and has given us a food for thought. So next I call upon our next speaker, Alhaji Sheka Karboho, for his speech. So can you please unmute yourself? Alkaha Sheka Karubuhu. He seems, he doesn't seem to be here. So next I call upon Mr. Okana, Elista Okana from Nigeria.
Hello, everyone. Am I audible?
Are you audible? We welcome you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kalista Egutoha from Nigeria, and I'll be speaking on gender equality. Okay, from my research on this particular topic, gender equality is a condition of being the same, especially in times of social status and legal political rights. Actually, it does not mean that men and women became the same, but that their rights, responsibilities, and duties are not dependent on biology. Responsibilities are required from both sides. We are equal in our rights and freedom. Women face several obstacles in participating in political life, from the local to the global level. Women leaderships and political participations are restricted. Women are underrepresented as voters, as well as leading positions, whether in elected offices. This occurs despite their proven abilities as leaders and agents of change, and their right to participate in democratic governance. Capacity gap means that women are less likely than men to have the education, contacts, and resources needed to become effective leaders. Women in every part of the world continue to be largely marginalized from the political spheres, often as a result of discriminatory laws, practice, attitudes, and gender stereotypes. Low level of education, lack of access to healthcare, and the effect of poverty on women. How do we implement this to make sure that women has the same rights as men? Most of the society we are in, especially in many countries, women are not given the opportunity to participate in public life. I call on every organization to ensure to give women the opportunity in order to break the barriers that has made women not to participate in so many opportunities which they could have engaged themselves in. Gender equality advocates on political parties, the government and other parts of society should empower women especially encourage women to again engage themselves in advocacy around making gender equality. I could bring one of Nigeria, a woman which have stood firm to break these barriers as a woman, Okonji Iweala. I so much respect her so much because she has took it upon herself to break it, that we women has major chances to become more. In order to start towards more equal world, countries must intentionally work towards including more women in decision-making processes, and especially addressing and breaking the barriers that prevent them from getting into leadership positions. More powerful, female voices must be encouraged to speak upon women issues, and more men should stand with women to break the barriers in order to achieve a greater gender equal world. In every she, there is a he. In every woman, there is a man. Women should be given the opportunity, regardless of who they are or the family background or where they find themselves. Women should be given the opportunity to exercise their freedom. They are so strong. Women are so strong pillars for a home. A woman needs to be relevant in the society. When you suppress a woman, the family will never achieve its maximum potentials. So I call on all men today to give the women the opportunity to strive for more. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Odinaka. Your observations were are actually very pertinent, and men should take lead in giving women the opportunities and actually bring in a transformation. And at this, I would like to present a visual on demand.
Yeah, please share the screen, Aishwarya. And domestic violence, as was addressed by the speaker, across the world, it is cloaking in the various cultures and affects the people across societies at all levels of economic status. However, the indicators when you talk about the lower socioeconomic status, such as unemployment and low income, have been shown to be at a risk factors for higher levels of domestic violence in many empirical studies. So we have a lot of evidences to prove. So Aishwarya, please play this visual and let us see how the reality is coming up, and we should see so that we are working towards the solution.
Sure, Professor Namita. I hope the screen is visible.
Yes.
Is my screen visible to everybody?
Yeah, it's visible but not playing. You can see that what's on YouTube is coming up. Domestic violence.
Aishwarya, there is a note there on the screen that this video is age restricted and only available on YouTube.
Okay, maybe during the time that's right.
So yes.
Thank you,
that was-
Aishwarya, for your help.
So I just want to add one thing with the due respect for everybody. What is the learning behind it? The learning behind it is like respect, and it starts from the home itself, right? Because all this is a psychological approach, not respecting the women. It comes from the basic nurturing of a person which is there, and that's the reason I always say it's very, very important. Whatever we say that men and women are a part of the coin or they are a thing, but a man has to ensure that respect part is very important across. And whatever the video which we are seeing, it is happening across the world, right? And it is a psychological problem, it is an egoistic problem, and it is also the person how he has been brought up in his family culture, which is very important. So as a male member, right? I know that females are very strong at the same time, but it is happening with the female. So as a male member, we have to speak out, we have to shout out it. And wherever if we have that ability or capacity, also we can contribute. And that is the reason I always speak towards the women's side, because it's very, very important, because I'm basically from India. I have traveled in the multiple parts of the entire India. I've seen the different faces of the people in India, not only from the lower social background, but for the higher people also, the people who are supposed to be the elite people, what other things are happening there. So let us, lot of gaps are there. And with this, I think we are talking on a very, very, very right issue. And I must say that at least every person who is here in this, he or she must ignite the other fellow person, colleagues, friend and all, so that this positiveness should be spreaded across. Start respecting the person, start respecting the person, start respecting the female, right? Because they have the emotions, they have the feelings, but why to depress that? And we should shout out for this. I am through it. I'm telling you, I'm really through it. And in my organization, wherever I go and give my speeches and all, I say, the first you respect the female, then you'll be respected across the globe. Thank you so much for giving time.
Thank you, Dr. Rajput, for your valuable.
Dr. Namita, if you allow me, because this is very important video, and that is very, very important video. This kind of violence exists everywhere in the world. The question is, is it really denounced? Do the woman has really the right in every country to go to the authority and complain? Do they have this right to speak what is going on in their own home? So this question is for all men here. Do you think that the woman has really the voice to go and complain? And what, my second question to everyone, what is happening in the mind of a man who knows that he is, yes, more strong physically than a woman? He knows that by beating a woman, he can kill her. He can kill her. What is in his mind at this period? You see? And is she really heard in every society? Because Dr. Rajput and all our people here, when a woman starts to speak, and when she is trying to go to complain, the tradition, the culture doesn't allow you. Because if you go to complain against your husband beating you, you are the shame of the family. And they can kill you and bury you alive. So what kind of solution can we find for that? Maybe to work closely with the authority, but some authorities are corrupted.
Yeah.
They will never take your complaint.
They will take the advantage also. They will take the advantage, negative advantage also from the women, whosoever goes for the complaint, because this also we have heard that somebody is going and talking, then the authority, they take the negative advantage with the particular women who goes for the complaint. That also we have heard, Queen. So it is what you said, I fully resonate with you. We all fully resonate with you.
Yeah, but I can also, sorry if I can interrupt in that, even in South Africa, wherever, I think it's all over the world, all over the countries. You know what, the main thing is women are getting abused. women and children are getting abused. They're in a situation where we have it in South Africa. We call it domestic violence and domestic assault. Now, what happens now? The women, the police come out. Like I've been a police. I've been whatever. We attended cases where the woman was abused and assaulted and that. Now you open a case against the husband or the person. Now that woman comes to the point, and the next day the woman withdraw the cases. So where do you stand? Where do you draw the line at the end of the day? As the woman that opened the case the night before, where you arrested the person for assault, the next day she withdraw the case. So where do you draw the line now? Because are they too scared to get out of that situation where they love him, or what is the point? Because now, as from the police side also, we cannot so much get involved with domestic, because at the end of the day, the man that assaulted the woman, I mean, me, myself, Queen knows me, I get so far that if a man hits a woman, I'll kill him. And the point is, for me, is that now, where do you draw the line of a woman? You open a case for assault. Now, tomorrow, the woman withdraw the case. So what is the use at the end of the day for helping that lady in that situation? But they don't want to get, they're too used to that situation. How are we going to win it?
Sir, adding to this point, I like to add here once again, very important. To educate a woman or a girl child is very important, because see why these things are happening. When a lady doesn't have a source of income, right? And this lady who is dependent on her husband or the parents, at that time she is able to bear all type of torture. At the same time, if we are able to empower the lady so that she should be standing on her feet, at least this thing will be going down. I'm not saying it will be over. It will be over.
No, I understand 100%. Sorry, excuse me. I understand 100% what you say is the lady she's reliable. She's dependent on the man that make the money. But how are we going to get out of that situation? That's my point. Now we got a lady that's in that situation.
You know, there's one thing that, I have to tell you one thing. You know, the story of income and all that has nothing to do with domestic violence. You see, even in Europe, we have Europe, America, Canada, the developed countries. They don't have a problem with this income and all that. I can assure you that when we started the lockdown for the COVID-19, the violence, the domestic violence increases. So what's wrong? What's wrong? So the man wants to just show his domination all the time. Even the woman has their income. They work, they are respectable women and all that. But at the minute we were in lockdown.
My queen, yes, I agree on.
So what's wrong with it?
If you look into the Africa continent, we're talking about Africa continent, and my brother sits next to me. He's from Africa. He sits next to me, listens. I invited him for this, and he agrees with me. The problem in the Africa continent is that the men are more, women are down below them, and the women have not really got a right. But that is not in only the Africa continent. But it is in some other countries, and it is where a woman have no say. But now, because of the abuse, now if she wants to go and open a case at the police station, that police says to them, you know what, come back tomorrow. Or they open a case, but nothing happens. That is the problem in the world, because of a woman that has opened a case. And then what happens, she comes the next day because she comes to the police station and says, I withdraw the case, please. So what is the problem? How are we going to rectify that? And how are we going to support a woman in that?
There's so many ways to support a woman. There's so many ways. First, the first way, the woman need to accept the change. You cannot have been manipulated without giving your authorization or your consentment. If I don't want my husband to beat me, I have to go away. I run. I open my door and I run. I take this risk to save my life. Yes, Commander Hank, yes, I will run away and I will have faith within me. Now, there's
Queen.
Yes,
My
I want to say
queen.
something.
I will not, I
My
will not
queen,
give. I will not
you're
give
not in Africa.
power.
My queen, you're not in Africa.
Power. I will not give power. to the
Really,
men.
you're not in Africa. My queen.
Say, Rania, would like to say
Excuse
something?
me, yes, I
You know, we
want
love
to
you.
say something.
I would like to say something concerning that.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm in Africa.
Look, can you hear me?
Yeah, and you in Africa, my lady, you in Africa. If you in Africa, you know
I'm in
exactly what I'm
Africa.
talking about. Right or wrong? You,
Yes,
yeah, you,
yes.
I'm talking to you.
Commander Hank,
You in
let's
Africa.
hear, let's hear from
My queen.
Let's hear Rani.
My queen, you know,
let's hear from Greece.
you
How
in
do you like
Africa,
that? Yeah.
sorry, doctor, you in Africa, you know exactly what I'm talking about, what happens in Africa. What?
I am in France.
Where does a woman stand in Africa? By men.
Let's hear it. Yes.
Thank you, Commander.
Yes.
Yes, please, Dr. Rania.
Yes, I am from Greece and I want to share with you my experience that every partner I had was aggressive because every man here is jealous of the success of the woman. Every time I got an award, every time I had a war. They tried to sabotage my career. I lost 2 big prestigious awards here in Greece in the Athens Science Festival because they tried to sabotage my career because of complex of inferiority or because they thought that I would leave them for another man who would be better than them. So it's true what I'm saying here. Unfortunately, men in all countries, not only in Africa, but also in the Western world, they're afraid of successful women. And that's why, according to the recent data that I read recently, women suffer from mental health disorders twice as men. They experience depression and anxiety twice as men because they have to deal not only with household, with work, but also with these problems of men who try to sabotage their career. They can't accept, unfortunately, their success and their leadership. So I think that the problem of men starts from there, and this has the problem of gender equality lies here, because they must understand that women should have equal opportunities and they must accept women leaders as well. This is my opinion. And of course, not afraid to speak up, because I did a mistake when I am a victim of violence abuse. I can say that with you publicly. My mistake was that I didn't open up. I was ashamed, I was afraid to talk even to my sisters or to my family. And unfortunately, this happens very, very commonly here in Greece, especially during the COVID pandemic. You know, the domestic violence here in Greece has increased dramatically. So there are a lot of more that we need to do apart from theories. We need, especially men, should change their mindset, and women need support, need psychological support. All these victims need assistance, because these are long-lasting scars. Violence abuse leaves long-lasting scars and needs assistance and emotional support. This is my opinion. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Ms. James would like to add something. Yeah, Ms. James.
Are you talking to me? Yes, I'd like to add something to that. Good afternoon. My name is Aaron James from Nigeria. Good afternoon, our queen. I greet and salam alaikum, namaste. So the South African man, let me tell you something. In Africa, our ladies have changed. It's no longer like before, you know, doing before time. that our parents, they were beaten by their husbands and the rest. But right now in Nigeria or in Africa, if you should touch any lady, you will face the wrath of the women. The women are ready to take you to any level. We don't care if the government is involved or not. In Nigeria, women are respected now, especially in Ghana, in Nigeria, in Togo. I don't know about other countries. I don't know about South Africa. I know in South Africa, they beat the women anyhow. But in Nigeria, we don't do that. We respect the women. And if any woman is being disrespected by any man, we take that person to the highest level, to the highest place that the person will regret beating any woman. That's why I'm coming out for a president, so that we can end all this gender inequality. All these things that they're saying that men are bigger than the women. Yes, it's true. The men are always the head, but we are the pillar. You know, the pillar is from head. When the head fall down, there is no more, there is nothing holding the pillar any longer. So you better know that we are the pillar. We are holding the men here. The man is on top of us, as on top of our body. If they should remove our body out of your head is going to fall aside. That means you're not going to do anything any longer. So we are the pillars. Always the women are respected in Africa right now. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. You know what? You're the champ. You know what? I hope you can come to Africa and can fight the battle with me. I would have you on my side and we can conquer the world this time.
Walaikum assalam.
Yes, we have with us Dr. Arabia. She cannot speak English, but she understands and she will share different things. I will translate. Rabia, est-ce que tu veux dire quelque chose par rapport à la vidéo que tu as vue? Est-ce qu'il y a, tu es en micro, ton micro, il est fermé. Ouvre ton micro. Alors,
oui.
Selon la vidéo que tu viens de voir, peut-on dire qu'au Maroc, les femmes, elles sont violentées et elles sont battues comme on vient de voir?
La violence, elle existe partout au monde.
Oui.
Surtout, d'abord, bonjour tout le monde, ravi d'être parmi vous, Majesté.
Hi everybody, delighted to meet all of you. She is from the Kingdom of Morocco, addressing there from the kingdom.
La violence existe partout au monde.
The violence exists anywhere in the world, everywhere.
Surtout avec ce confinement ces 2 dernières années, apparemment ça a beaucoup augmenté et partout.
And especially with this lockdown during 2 years, we have the statistic that everywhere in the world, domestic violence, it increases everywhere.
Chez nous au Maroc, elle existe aussi, mais on a énormément d'associations qui luttent contre.
Here in Morocco, we have also a lot of domestic violence, but the chance that we have several associations, organizations are fighting against domestic violence and are protecting these women and the problem, solving the problem.
Parce que c'est un problème dont l'État seul ne peut pas résoudre ce problème.
She said that in reality, the government cannot really solve this kind of problem. It's up to us as a society and association expert in that will do the job, not the government.
Les associations font un énorme travail parce qu'elles sont pleines dedans avec les citoyens qui ont des problèmes, surtout les femmes, et on a même des associations qui commencent à voir le jour au Maroc, des hommes battus.
She said that our association here in Morocco are very successful. The association that they are fighting against domestic violence are very successful because in reality, all the people who are part of the association are people who have experienced this kind of trouble. This is why they are fighting for that. No one can really fight the cause if you don't really understand the cause. So in the association, they have people who experience that, like our sister, Dr. Rania here. And she said, and we are happy that now we have also some other association of men who are also protecting men. And she said, unbelievable, but here in Morocco, we have also men who are beaten by their wife or their family. And that it has to be, and we have some association there. Okay. Dis.
On espère un monde plein d'amour, parce qu'il n'y a que l'amour qui peut tout résoudre. La paix, l'amour, et de voir de nouveaux jours avec beaucoup d'amour dans le monde, et que les gens soient plus spirituels, plus dans l'affection et l'amour. Parce que l'amour ne meurt jamais, comme a dit Randy. La haine tue toujours, mais l'amour ne meurt jamais. Je termine avec ça.
Okay.
Ravie d'être parmi vous.
And she said that we hope that all together here we will be able to spread love, bring peace, bring love, because hatred is destroying, but love is eternal, and we have to spread love all together. And she said, we have this hope, which is love. And she said, I will close my things with just spread love, because love is eternal, and together we can succeed.
My queen, if I can ask you to translate towards the lady in Morocco, may I just say something, please?
Yes, je vais te traduire ce que lui te dit. C'est le commandant en Afrique du Sud. Yes, please, Ken.
Okay, I would love to connect my lady there from Morocco with my affiliation with Morocco Training Academy in Morocco. And I would love them to meet together. Maybe he can be a most powerful one that can assist in fighting this as well.
Il t'a dit que eux, ils ont justement une académie là-bas au Maroc, et il t'a dit, je serais ravie de te connecter directement avec la femme qui, lui, là-bas, représente leur académie de sécurité, où en fait, ils apprennent à la femme de se défendre, etc. Et ils voudraient faire cette connexion entre toi et celle.
Merci, je serais vraiment heureuse.
Thank you so much. I will be very happy to connect with your lady.
Okay, my queen, I will send all the information through to my queen, the connections and everything. I'll send it through to you because I work through you, my queen. You're my mother of heart, and I'll send all the information through to you. You can send it through to the lady. Merci.
With pleasure.
Merci à vous. Merci à vous.
I will do that, Commander Hein. Thank you so much. Il va m'envoyer les détails et je vais t'envoyer. Merci.
Très bien. Merci. Merci, Majesté. Merci beaucoup. Merci.
Yeah.
It is amazing.
Yeah, thank you so much. Now we call Michelle Quick, as she's there, putting in a chat box. She's running out of time. So I request her to give her views and her speech. Welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And thank you to Queen Nadia for getting me in last night. This is really something that is dear to my heart, and thank you to you all for all your wise words. It's difficult to find something new that hasn't already been said, because we are all in this together. I can hear that in everyone and see that and feel that from your hearts. So what do I want to say? I am from Denmark, and I agree very much of what have been said. Equality and how it is in the world is very different from here to other countries. This I found when I started going online. I am myself a woman who have been in a violent relationship. I am not a victim. I am a fighter, and it is with this perspective that I have my power. This is also with this perspective that I want to talk, because how do we see each other and how do we see ourselves? Because equal rights comes from within, comes from the heart. It comes from where we believe that we are. But it is when we are told that the sun is black enough times, the sun will be black. So this is a wonderful engagement of opportunity to make sure that we are telling the women, that we are telling the men that the sun is not black, that we have equal rights. It is by telling people and with time, because we are not where we were 100 years ago or 200 years ago. We have come far and not far enough, but it is by sharing with love and caring, and not with fight and not with weapons, but with equal respect, that we get the farthest. It is with looking at our children, and I love the start, and I am a crier, so tears were shed, because it is from our children and how we see our children, but not only that, how do we teach them to see themselves? I will say with respect that the man who hit me once or twice in my relationship, he had a childhood that I wouldn't wish on anybody. He was a victim of violence himself. He was degraded. He didn't get the love that he needed, and therefore he has and had no self-respect or self-confidence. It was when I saw this, it was in the power of giving him the respect that he didn't have himself, that I found my power. It was not with anyone giving me my power, because I had it already. This we need to spread out to the women and the men, that we all have the power within us, in our hearts, and that with the opportunity we can shine our lights. For far too long, I didn't shine my light because I thought that I was not permitted. But the only person that did not give me permission to shine my light was me. Only me. It is with our decision, and there is only one person who can make that decision for us. That is us. No matter where you live in the world, if it's Africa, if it's India, if it's China, you have the decision. Will you die? Maybe, but it is your decision to make, not to live in violence, not to be degraded ever again. We are one and we are equal, men and women, and no one should ever feel less of their gender. This is what I wanted to say today with heart. Namaste and respect for all humanity. Thank you.
Namaste and respect to you as well, Michelle.
For
And
your
from my
emotion.
side as well, sorry for interrupting. My queen knows me, I interrupt every time. From my side as well, I just wanted to say, Michelle, I've sent a message on the group, and if I can, and give me the opportunity to connect you in Denmark as well with people that can assist and help you, please give me the opportunity. I will send everything also through to Queen, and then we take it from there so that we can have the support and the backup system from the Denmark as well. God bless.
My pleasure.
Yes, I want just to add one thing. Thank you, Michelle, for this wonderful speech and the testimony of your life. And you said one thing very important. You said the man who hit me had every problem after that. It is a wonderful thing what you said. It is just reminding us, all of us, that there's nothing, no one and nothing can modify or escape the universal law of cause and effect. What you are doing to the others, you will live it one day. Be sure of that. So this is why we were taught to forgive by different prophets in different religions, to forgive all the people, all our enemies, because this law, no one can escape it, and no one has the power to modify it. And I want to salute your courage, because, you know, you had this strength to overcome these difficulties. You did it. Maybe because also you are in a country like Denmark, and Denmark, you know, it's not like the other country where they have to live a different tradition and culture and all that. But the question is, will every woman will have the chance to overcome that? Do they have enough strength or enough mental, you know, to overcome all that? You know, your experience is a wonderful testimony, and I love your words, and I thank you so much. And yes, our Commander Hank, we have to say it, our Commander Hank, we need to salute also his great work, because this man, I'm telling you, he is my wonderful and darling brother, and he's teaching the women to defend themselves. He's in security, and he's teaching the women to how to defend themselves. I salute you, and I salute a great man. You know, he's teaching really the woman, you know.
My queen, the love is always there. You are my queen. And I promise you, yes. And that is what we do, even where we're going. That is what we do this side. We try to establish the knowledge that we have between me and Sally to give to the women. No matter women or children, we are doing anti-rape. We do everything so that women can defend themselves. And you know how much I am against women abuse and children abuse. So I'm getting heart sore if I see the videos and how it goes. Even my friend sat next to me, and he looked at me and he says, "No, Commander, that's not right." And then I know, you know what? Where we can assist and where we can help, you know me, my queen. We're there for everybody, no matter where. But God bless us all. We are going to win at the end of the day. Inshallah.
Yes, we will win. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Michelle. Your speech made all of us emotional, and I can see the tears in many women's eyes, especially Rania. I can see her crying. You know, it touched our hearts. Thank you so much for such global courage you're giving us. And, you know, say no to domestic violence.
Can I
So
say,
now,
let me say one thing more. It is only with the power of your heart that I get my power.
we are all together. We are all together. A big round of applause for her. So now I request.
Real quick, I'm sending you a virtual hug. Your words were very empowering. Thank you for being here with us and imparting, you know, your strength. You share your strength with us, and it's actually very uplifting. Much love.
Thank you so much. So Aishwarya, can you call upon the next speaker?
I think
Yes, I see.
Mila, she wanted to say something. Mila. Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay, I think we have Mr. Alhaji Sheka Karbo from Sierra Leone. So I invite him over to impart his words of wisdom. Are you there, Mr. Alhaji? He just posted.
He's
and
there. Aishwarya, he's there. But I don't know why his video seems to be frozen. Maybe you can call the next speaker. And in the meantime, he'll probably, oh, I think it's okay now. Just call out his name again.
Mr. Alhaji, are you available to speak? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I hope everybody can hear me.
That's great. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
I would like to say good morning, good afternoon, good evening across the globe. My name is Alhaji Sheka Karbo from the Republic of Sierra Leone, West Africa. We can find Sierra Leone. Before I go further, I would like to acknowledge the Queen of the House, And also, I would like to acknowledge everybody in the house here. And I would like to sincerely ask for 1 minute silence prayer for the lost soul of our people in Ukraine before I go further.
Yes, sir,
So let us
absolutely.
pray.
Whatever is happening with Ukraine and whatever the war there is, it is very unfortunate, very sad state of affairs.
Okay, in Jesus' name, amen. So may the departed soul rest in perfect peace. Uh, I would like to talk about the topic towards the equality of men and women. Like for us in Sierra Leone here. So whatever things I would say it's in the interest of our country because it is the way I'm living and it is I know much about that. First of all, when we talk about the female equality and the male equality, let us go first in the female equality. Females in our country here, there are people long gone, people marginalize them, through rape, through sexual harassment. But by we coming together as young people, we take the lead and put it to the government that this is things you guys need to focus as a government to see how best women should be the key people in society. Women will be a gender-based equality, have the right to speak, have the right to lead, have the right to be in governance. And by all virtue of that, we present our white paper to the government, to the current president, and the president go through it. And it is so hearable to the president. By then, the president creates an office by the Ministry of Gender and Children Affairs. And we tendered out a report to the Ministry of Gender to see how best we'll be able to fast track in the issue of females in our country. By all that, we launched the gender equality in Sierra Leone through the Ministry of Gender and Children Affairs. And today, women having their right as a citizen and also as a people in our country, which is Sierra Leone. So I would say a round of applause of that towards the government and also to all the youth that come together to see how best we'll be able to fast track those things. When we come to the male sectors, always people say that the males are the fathers of the house. Yes, they are the fathers of the house. But to me, I don't buy that males are the fathers of the house. What men can do, women can do it. And in most cases, women can do what man cannot do. Yes, like we see it in the world, we see it in Africa, we see it in our country. Some men cannot be able to afford some things, but when you look into the female sectors, our mentors, our people always say, when you educate a female, you have educated the world, you have educated the family, you have educated your country. Yes, because women have a lot of things they're capable of doing, in which if they involve or if they given the platform to do those things, there will be a beneficial sector. So I don't like to say much because I'm just running to class. So I would like to say stay here. And I will say tata and thank you to all people who make this program so grateful. I would like to stop here. Thank you.
Yeah, wonderful, Mr. Alhaji. We will now quickly move forward. We are way behind schedule. I'm now going to invite over Mr. Fidelis Onakpoma from Nigeria. I hope he is there in the meeting. Mr. Fidelis, are you there? Mr. Fidelis? Okay, since there's no response from
I don't find. You may proceed further to the next.
Yes. I now call upon Dr. Supriya Kumaravelan from India. Is Dr. Supriya available to speak?
Yes, Aishwarya, I'm here. Well, Yatra naryastu pujyante, ramante tatra devta. A gender equal society would be one where the word gender does not exist, where everyone can be themselves. Happy and positive evening from India. Thanks, Miss Ashwarya, for this awesome intro of mine. And thanks, Queen Nadia and Success World, for rendering me this golden, great opportunity to express my views. And trust me, folks, this is not a debate. It's a heartly things which every woman want to speak, not as a debate, but to open her heart to show what she feels about a woman. This debate is an international one, but trust me, this debate is going from time immemorial. Well, I would like to ask each and every one who are sitting, who are attending my live audience, and the people who are here, men and women both. Well, Almighty made this hands equal, this fingers equal, this eyes equal. He made his two beautiful and important creations, that is Adam and Eve, men and women. Then why our society, so-called great society, educated society, advanced society, believes in gender gap? Why? My question to everyone, why? And trust me, it's not a Google question. It's not that I have prepared. It's the thing which I always wanted to communicate, to bring the fact which we are lacking today. Difference between a man and a woman, which is not fair, not at all. And this has been witnessed from time immemorial. Whether we talk about a developed country, whether we talk about an undeveloped country or underdeveloped country, the situation is same. And one video which we saw in the starting of the session, without a sound, it has showcased a lot of meaning. So the gender gap which we are talking about and which we all are gathered together is the society, man-made thoughts which we will change together. If I talk about the word equity, equity, fairness of treatment for both women and men according to their respective needs, which can be the treatment in terms of rights, in terms of their opportunities, in terms of their obligation. And folks, if equality is the end goal, then equity is the means to get there at any cost. And there should be no gender equality, which we are talking about. Some people get confused. Equality between men and women does not mean that men and women have to become the same, but their rights, their responsibilities, their opportunities will be given same to both of them. And in one of the sessions yesterday, I have said, a woman, a strong woman, does not need any man's shoulder to cry, to sob, to tell her problems. Because what I think is, men are emotionally weak. They need our shoulder to cry, to test, to tell what they are facing. I would like to ask every woman who are sitting and who is listening to me, where we are weak. A woman is very strong, very perseverance. What a rock solid determination she's having. But when she becomes emotionally weak, that is the time where world, where people, where men, everyone will try to rate you, shake you, hate you, break you. But beautiful ladies, it's you who will make you. So never ever, whenever you feel like breaking down. Just remember, you are the best woman of this world who will never ever get, shake, break, by any man of this world. And this gender gap, we women are giving this opportunity to rate us, to give this badge, badge. And we won't let this happen. Trust me, folks, God has given this two beautiful creation. Let's not divide, let's not differentiate. Let's not say you are above or I am down. We both are equal. Emotions should be respected either from a man's side or from a woman's side. Love, respect, harmony. And I will say only one thing. For a successful nation, for the betterment of the society, both the genders should be treated equally. Freedom cannot be achieved unless women have been emancipated from all kinds of oppression. We need to stop buying into the myth about gender equality. And let's remember, I am remembering Charlotte Bronte famous quote, I am no bird and no net ensnares me. I'm a free human being with an independent will. Let's make this world a better place to live with harmony, respect to both the genders, and no woman should be a caged, golden caged bird anymore. Let's change the world. Thank you so much.
Dr. Supriya, I must say, thank you for that. That was fantastic. That was wonderful from my side. And at the same time, Doctor, you know what? There's one thing I want to say to the ladies, especially, you know what? Revenge is sweet. Okay, maybe I'm bad if I say that. You know what? A man has to go to sleep. And then women take revenge.
So I would like to answer your question. Give me something. In a basket, there are a lot of fruits. Some are bad, some are rotten, some are fresh. Whom you pick, that depends on your taste.
Remove the bad one. If you remove the bad one, the rest will make a flourishing, beautiful garden. So what do? We take out the bad one, we throw them in the dustbin, and the rest are blooming. No further questions, my lady. God is best.
Definitely. And that depends upon your choice, because choice depends upon your happiness. And when you're happy, when you respect both the genders, definitely the time will not come to remove that bad one also, because we all become good by our thought process. So let's respect both the genders.
The bad one is already so rotten that you cannot rescue the bad one. The minute it starts happening on the fact of the extent of abuse, it is already a rotten bad one. So what do? It's not going to, remember one thing, a leopard never changes his marks, eh?
Right.
So yeah, when it comes to women and children, I'm sorry, doctor, I must be honest with you. I am very with women and children. And that is why I'm saying, when the man has the power to do that, sorry, it's a pity that there's no law that can convict a man for women abuse and child abuse, for put him in death penalty, because the women and the children are the power of the family, and they are the future of the generation. And they always look up at the father figure, and the father figure is the man. The man is the one that's supposed to lead and be an example. But if we can have women in power, women in presidency, and women running countries, there would be peace.
Definitely,
I end up
sir.
with that one,
Definitely, I do agree with your point, and I will say only one thing. If you educate a man, you are educating a man. But if you're educating a woman, you are educating the society, you are educating the country, you are educating the whole world. And when you're educating the whole world, you are educating your family. And when you're educating your family, you're educating your wife, daughter, mother, sister. And that's the way where every man should look. And that's not the debate. It's the debate of every woman, which she is doing from time immemorial. And we have to prove it, that there is no basket with such fruit. We have to change that basket from our mental thought. We have to change. We have to change. And if a woman is changing from now onwards, I don't think that we don't need any basket which is in front of me. So change yourself.
But
make
that's my
it,
point, doctor.
and change every woman of this world. That's what I can say.
But
Yes,
doctor,
go
that's
on.
my point. But that's my
Yes,
point.
yes.
Doctor, if you listen to me, that's my point. I mean, you know what? Let me explain to you something. Women are more powerful than men. And the whole thing is women don't realize how powerful they are. And the point is, if all
And
women
we
stand
need to
up together,
respect
we
each and
men
every
are better.
men and women. That's the point. We need to respect.
This is
I
what
do
they call
respect
a
your views.
debate. Men yes, women.
No, sorry, Queen. You know what, Queen? There's one thing in life, my Queen, is like, let me tell you
Our
something. Hey.
wonderful queen, Dr. Supriya. Isn't she wonderful? She is defending the rights of women. And
Okay, my Queen,
yes,
my Queen is going to change. You know what? My Queen is going to chase me away from this all her sides because she's always, no, I'm a rebel. And you know what? And I always stand for women and children. Sorry, guys. You might kill me or do something, but women and children is my favorite in life, especially old people.
Sir, not only women and children, but a family, a man should see that family bondage cannot be broken by. If you're laid down, if you're broken, your family will come and support you. And that's the power of a family, and family be built only by a man and a woman both. So both the genders respect both the genders required for a society to change. So let's great hats off to both the genders. Namaste from India.
Namaste.
thank you
Wow,
very much.
That's great.
Can we continue?
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Freya,
Queen.
you are just amazing. We love you very much. We are so proud of our VIP guest today also. Wow, you rock, sister. Thank you. You
Yes,
are a great queen.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Supriya, for such a spirited speech. I next call upon our next speaker, that is Dr. Kelvin Morgan, and he is from Ghana. So, Mr. Morgan, are you there?
I am right here.
A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Let me say very thank you to my holy sister, Queen Nadia, and my partner, Commander Hank. I would like to speak about gender and equality. You know, I do a lot of research in Africa, a lot, and I compare that with the European system. You know, like when you come to Africa, like I was in Sierra Leone, women did not have rights because the men think that the women are slaves. The same thing applies to Guinea and any of the African countries that I've been to. But they forgot to know that the women are part of them. They have to respect them. Because at the end of the day, when the man wake up, you are in town, the women, they are in the house, they take care of the children, do all the necessary things that you can think of. Women are so powerful to the extent that, you know, but when you come to Africa, most of the women did not know how powerful they are. And when I was there, I tried to fight a lot of the women, their right for them, because, you know, they can tell you that I've not been to school before. No, it's not about education. It's about the mindset and the attitude. Because if all of us can change our mindset and our attitude and respect each other, treat each and everyone equally, I think we are going to build a better nation. Know that this is a woman, she's part of me, I have to respect her, she has to respect me. But in some other world, they don't respect women. And some of the women too did not respect the men. So when we are talking about equality, first the equality has to start from us. Changing our mindset, our attitude towards human beings, both men, women, children, and whoever. Because this things has been a problem both in Africa and part of the world. is killing people slow day by day. Violence, etc., etc. So I am really happy of this debate so much. Thank you.
Dr. Kelvin,
Thank you.
from my side, I appreciate it. You're really champ, and together we can make a difference.
Thank you, Dr.
Yes,
Kelvin.
Commandant.
Thank you, Dr. Kelvin. Thank you so much. You are my dear brother, and we are working a lot together in different projects in Africa. And I am very happy that you are here to expose the reality there in Africa. And this is very amazing. So I believe that we have, we are late, and so please continue. We need to hear everyone here, then we can discuss also. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely, Queen Nadia. We will quickly move forward to the next speaker now. It is His Excellency Piero Ngadi from Ireland. Is Mr. Piero available?
Yes, it's His Excellency Piero Ngadi from Ireland. He is, I hope he's here because he had some problem with his connection. So if he's not here, please move, Ash.
Okay. I now call upon Her Excellency Mila Zimunhu from Spain to speak next. Dr. Zimunhu, are you available?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Katana.
Very warm welcome to you, Dr. Mila.
Thank you. Welcome to everyone. Good afternoon from Spain. Good morning and good evening, wherever you are. Today, I would like to discuss about gender equality, as we have been discussing with the previous speakers, and what it means for all genders to be able to be free to pursue whatever career, lifestyle choice, and abilities without facing discrimination. As we've seen, culture creates a very big effect on how gender equality is going to be seen. And that sometimes, well, depending on whether you were born in Africa, like I was, or living in Europe, like I am now, the way that we see gender equality means very different things. But at the end of the day, it all depends on the self-respect one has, what one has learned within the family, which is very important, as well as the confidence that you have. And it is very important to be able to have opportunities, rights, and access to everything equally, whether you are a man or a woman. And there should be no difference. So studies have shown that countries where there are gender equality score much higher on the happiness scale than countries where there is inequality. Now imagine how that would affect not only ourselves, but future generations, our children and their children. In companies, it is also important that there is equality, because that way you create a happier labor force that is more productive, and that more people, whether female or male, will be interested in entering to work in those companies. Being more gender diverse improves an organization's innovation and productivity, which as a result will help a country grow. And that is so important. So when women are given equal education, they will have equal job opportunities, and that thereby businesses will thrive. But not only that, families will also thrive, because income will enter the house, children will be better looked after, and there will be more health care. So closing the gender gap includes also making the country's economy flourish. Girls and women make up the world's poorest populations in the world, because they're not being given the equal opportunities, either in education and job opportunities and income. And so the cycle of poverty continues. And that is a big shame, because really we are here to live a life of fulfillment. And we need to be able to do that by being equal in all aspects. So by giving women the same opportunities as men, we would raise families that are happier, that are more nourished, and would reduce the world's poverty rate. So then at the end of the day, what does it mean, gender equality in practice? Families would be stronger. We all know everything starts first in the home. So if we have happier families, we are creating a happier society. Girls would be more educated. Girls would be given the same opportunities as boys to study further, to find out what they're good at, and use their passions to carry on and further their lives. More women would be able to participate in politics. The world would see more women engaged in political processes and political leadership. And there would be more women in the workplace, not only working, but also helping with the leadership of the workplace. And thereby, barriers to success would be removed, and we would have a better representation of both men and women, creating more balance. So the first step towards any progress, as always, is being aware. We need to be aware not only of ourselves right now, where we are, what are our thoughts on this issue that affects each and every one of us. And we need to be able to start educating people and seeing how we can create solutions. And then from there, we can create laws that will help repel anything that works against that, and thereby make organizations and institutions accountable to help create more equality wherever we are. Now, my question to you to end this off is, are you going to be part of the process of breaking the barriers to gender equality? Thank you.
It was such a wonderful speech, Dr. Meela. There's a very interesting statement by Dr. Namita Rajput as well. We are 50% of the total population and reason for the rest, and hashtag respect all. So yes, with more women getting empowered, with the gender gap closing down, we will have happier, better societies for sure, yes. So moving forward now, I request Dr. Shelly Bish to take over.
Wow. Namaskar, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Proud to introduce myself today, Dr. Shelly Bish, because keeping in with the theme of today's agenda, I think this introduction of mine was never brought forth in front of you all, because today I considered myself as one of the most strongest ladies. And don't you forget, I am gorgeous. Am I? Yes, I am gorgeous, I am intelligent, I am talented, I am a mompreneur, and I am rather the most inspiring woman of the earth. And the award is given to me myself, because this is the gender equality under the aegis of Queen Nadia and my own female brigade of the organizing team, who are present over here to match shoulders with all the eminent, dashing, young, all talented men of this world. So I think this is one of the most decent opportunity I'm getting on this platform, courtesy Queen Nadia, who has actually taken the credit to bring all the eminent, powerful, super talented ladies and equally talented men of the earth to this wonderful platform. And here we are not debating upon men versus women, but rather we are debating on men and women, because if I feel myself as talented, as intelligent, as rocking, so it is all the more honor when I feel proud to listen to Mr. Hank, listen to Mr. P.K. Rajput, wonderful comments by Mr. Amit Ganguly, and nice to see Noor Ahmed, Dr. Pratik, and so many all eminent guests over here. So I think rather it is one of the most rocking sessions, as I was listening to all the chief guests and the guest of honor and all eminent VIPs over here and the special guests and all the inspiring speeches. speeches, and I was carried over by the videos also, and the one which was spoken by Michelle. And I have never seen Rania. Today, you rock like anything, because I am in touch with you from the last 1.5 years, 2 years. And yes, I've seen you as one of the most powerful orators, as one of the most powerful keynote speakers. But today, it needs guts to come in front and go publicly all about. So all heads to you. I salute you, Rania, that yes, you have brought up a very clear picture. So today you are a woman of substance, and I don't fail to award you, because yes, if you have the guts to present yourself out in the world, you are the one, and you are the one who is matching shoulder and shoulder to this world. And this is how I feel the beginning of this debate, the first day of the session, it is rocking. Why? We are still at stage 2. There are other three phases to go. But yes, I could feel the energy, I could feel the enthusiasm, and I could feel the participation of all the speakers and listeners over here, because the chat box is bombarding with a compliment that this is how the session starts. And I feel myself very, very privileged that yes, I am a part of this team, and I am listening to all eminent men over there. And now it is your turn also to listen to me, because if I have listened to you, you will be listening to me, and I'll not leave you that you will not listen to me. And you have to, because when I will be sitting here till the last listening to you, then you all will be sitting and listening to me, because I'll never will be leaving you. And yes, when I speak, I want all the cameras to be on. Yes, you have to listen to me, and then we need to build the momentum. We need to carry it forward, because this is the debate. This is an interactive session. This is not the Google copy paste. Yes, we are reading a no. Yes, we are actually pouring our heart out. We are actually discussing the real issues. And the objective of this debate session is to come out with the solutions. And yes, I am really liking when Mr. Hank is interjecting, he is intervening, and then he's putting up the questions, and then he is talking with the speakers, and then coming out with some funny answers or some relatable issues and something. But yes, this is how the debate should be, because it should be interactive, you know, one-on-one session should be there. The speaker should speak something, and then you should come up with the questions and then with the solution. And yes, again, I am telling you, listen to the speakers, put up some questions, and reach out to the solution. This is the magic of the debate. And I feel the first session is really rocking, and we are going really ahead with this. And without taking much of your time, my dear all beautiful ladies and handsome hunk sitting over here, I invite my fairy lady, Honorable, where are you? Karen James, you were a fairy lady, and I just loved your answer over there when you barged in. And yes, you are very much present over there. I give you a thumbs up, and we all are ready to hear your rocking speech. Over to my Honorable Ambassador, Karen James, and we are just ready to listen to your speech. The stage is all yours. Please unmute yourself and speak on the coveted issue. Welcome, my dear.
Wow, my lady. What? You are just one outstanding lady from my side.
Look at the speed. Look at the speed, the powerhouse.
Thank you.
This is India, and I am proud to be an Indian. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Sorry, they muted me, but you one hell of a lady. Thank you for that one. And you know what?
I salute you, Mr. Hank, from the beginning. I'm just enjoying your interjections, your questions, your answering, and yes, you are superb.
You're beautiful. You got a heart of gold, my lady. Never forget that. And whoever tells you that you are not.
It has gone on records, Mr. Hank. You have admitted that you found me beautiful, and I am, and that's my prize for today. Thank you so much.
Salute. You know what? You're so conscious. You know what? Wow, you just kicked my ass. Sorry for that, but wow, you're
double compliments. First, you found me beautiful.
Okay, I'm gonna keep quiet.
You found my heart of gold. Okay, so over to Honorable Ambassador Karen James. Come on.
Okay, namaste to everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good morning and good evening, wherever you're hearing me from or listening to me from. Sorry. My name is Honorable Ambassador Karen James. I'm a vibrant woman. I don't believe in slow motion. I believe in moving and action. You get me? I don't believe in talking and not doing. I believe in making things happening. Are you getting me? So what I'm trying to say right now is that women have to stand up and challenge the men. Let them know that we have what they have. The only difference is that we don't have the third leg. The third leg, we don't have it. But we have intelligence, we have the heart, we have the mind, we have everything. We think alike, we reason, we relax to think of what to do next. So no woman should feel intimidated in whatsoever, or in whatsoever. In fact, in anything you are doing. I was going through a story last night on my Facebook, and I saw a man beating up his wife, and I have to return back to that page. I told them I want to be involved in this particular scenario. I want to be involved in this particular fight. I want to know why the man beats that woman. So according to them, they were like telling me that woman came back. She came back by 6. The man came back by 1 a.m. and the man intimidated her to do it because the man was a man and the lady was a lady. He now beats her up, wound her. And I'm talking to you right now, as a woman, which I am, I don't like women being intimidated. So I have picked up that matter to tell the man that what a man can do, a woman can do better. Okay, we're discussing on gender inequality. Gender equality, yes, we all are equal. We all are the same. We all need to understand the rules and regulations of human beings. We might be different in gender, but we are the same in thinking. We are the same in liking. We are the same in emotion. We are the same in everything we do. A man is called a man because of his third leg. A woman is called a woman because of her heart. A woman has a soft heart. A man has a hard heart. There's some men who have hard hearts. There's some women who have hard hearts too. There's some men who have soft hearts. There's some women who have soft hearts too. Women and men are the same. The difference was the WO. Are you getting me? We are having the same thing, but the WO is the difference. If you should remove the WO aside, we are called men. Are you getting me? When God wants to judge anybody, he doesn't call a woman. He said man, which means he includes us to be a man. We all are man. We are all together. We think the same. We work the same. We are way smarter than the man. The man can think that he knows how to get the money. We also know how to get the money. Okay, in terms of children, let's go back to our children. Most of our fathers don't know how to take care of the children. So you see why women are more valuable than the men. Are you getting me? So if we can start from our own side, from our home, let's go back to our home, to start counting what women have done, you will find out that we women, we are more valuable, we are more respected, we are more, in fact, the children prefer us than the fathers. Because we have everything, we pray for them, we go out to get food, we make sure we do good things for them, we think for them, we plan a good future for them, we make sure we look at them before going out. A man cannot leave his house without the wife looking at him, saying, oh, my darling, you're looking dirty. Oh, my darling, you're looking good. So a woman is more responsible than the man. Most times, some men can get drunk and forget themselves. But the woman can gather everything together and make that home a perfect home. When you give a woman a company to handle, you will find out that company will be the most biggest and the most popular and the most highest company. You cannot compare a man and a woman in some aspects. But let me tell you right now, you can compare the both of them, because when you come to in terms of management, a woman can manage more than a man. There are some men who can manage. There are some men who have this ability to manage, who have this gift of management. Are you getting me? There are some men who have this gift of management. So what I'm trying to say right now is a woman is more valuable, respected. She doesn't fear intimidation. She takes the risk. She goes for risks. She comes back with it. I don't see why you neglect her. So my point right now is to tell you that women are more respected and understandable, and they're more intelligent, they're more vibrant. They can live, in fact, they have a long lifespan. They don't think too much, but they got whatsoever they want. At the twinkle of eyes, you will see everything will be complete. So I see women, just as I said, that I am contesting for Nigerian president, which I want to let them know that what a man can do, a woman can do more better. Our men have failed. Let me go there and teach them how to take care of the country. Women will rule the country very soon. Namaste. Thank you very much.
Oh, wow, that was great. That was superb, Karen James. And I feel, yes, listening to you and all your relatable points, I feel that all your super ladies who are sitting over here, they don't want themselves to be depicted as a trophy wife. Definitely not. Why a trophy wife when you are equally talented and when you can equally match yourself and when you can equally prove your identity on this world? The only thing which I want to tell to all females over here is, please try to say no. And no means no, unless and until it is not your wish. No one can take your advantage. This is the best message which I want to deliver on this forum. And again, I am speaking, it is your life. It is your individuality. Okay? And you are a woman of substance. Try to say no. And if you are confident enough, I don't think so that you will succumb to all the injustice of the world. You cannot, and nobody can have the domestic violence on you unless and until you take your step. Put your foot down and say no to all the injustice. No one, and yes, education is the root. I mean, education, you should have such an education who can make you stand apart on this world, and then you are not dependent on anybody. You are financially secure and you can win all battles. But the only thing is awareness. Education, awareness, and take a firm stand. And I don't think so. If these things are there, no one can combat you and no one can make you weaker, because it is often said that females are the weaker sex. We are not the weaker sex. We are the stronger sex. And the only things, again, I'm telling you, no offense to all men over here. Here, we are not debating on, yes, women are more powerful than men. No, we are not talking about the differences. We are talking about only the equality at par. Women at par with the men. And yes, one short example which I want to give over here is, whenever we talk about the shelf life of any Bollywood actress or any Hollywood actress, how it is so that the shelf life is only 10 years and 20 years, and the men can romance his, the actress, his daughter also, and men is evergreen. And not only in the industry, I'm talking about the corporate world also. So this is also a debatable question, that the shelf life of females should also be increased, but it should not be fixed only to 10 years, 20 years. No, when we are talking about the gender equality, then we should talk about all the serious issues which goes around with this. And now with this, I invite the next dear friend of mine, who is Dr. Wilma Barbosa from Brazil. The stage is all yours. Please unmute, and we are all keen to listen to your perspectives on this beautiful topic. Welcome, Wilma.
Thanks, dear Shelley. Thank you so much. It's a big pleasure being here. I'm so happy because of this opportunity. And this is an example of empowering a girl, because I am from a poor family, a poor girl from the country who didn't have any money to study at all. And here I am listening to Queen Nadia, Rania, and all of you. And I am here to help empowering girls. And this is so beautiful and amazing. I'm so happy because of that. Thank you for the opportunity. And listening to all of you, I'd like to help with some ideas on how to empower girls and how to help women out there in many different countries who are suffering who are suffering in their families, who are suffering violence, who are not believing themselves that they are able to get there the way we did. And when we are all here together, it's amazing, and it's a great way of empowering ourselves. And that brings me some ideas and make me feel stronger to empower other girls like me, other women out there. And then I'd like to share with you some things that we do here in my town. So I'm Vilma Barbosa from Brazil, and I am from a small town here in the southeast of Brazil. And in my town, like in many different countries out there, we also have violence against women. We also have teenagers who are getting pregnant and they are 13, 14 years old. And this is something that we are really worried about. So what have we been doing in our community to stop that, to help empowering girls? Here in my town, we have an association called Maria Rosa. And with this association, we help girls and women who are suffering violence in their homes. So we work with them. We bring the woman and her children out from the family, and we have a house in our city. So we bring the mother and children and bring to this house and take care of them for a period of time. And while the mother is there and children, we work with the psychologist and we try find, if the mother doesn't have a job, we try to empower her and find a job for her. And we also have trainings where women learn how to do some handcrafts, and then they can get money, and then they won't depend on the men to survive, and then they will feel empowered to get out of the house and then to start their lives again with their children. So we have been working with them this way. And to prevent, this is the way we have been working with women and children who have been suffering the violence at this moment. And then we are encouraging them to get off their house and then bringing them to this house. But to prevent this, to prevent girls to get pregnant, to get married soon, we are working in schools, making lectures and trying to show these girls that they are able to learn, they are able to study. And then if we are trying to show them, mainly the ones from the poor communities, that if they study, if they study and try to empower themselves through the study, they will have a good job, and in the future they won't depend on a man to provide them food and house. Then we are trying to show them that yes, they have to believe in themselves, but because most of them, they have seen their mothers who became a mother really early in their age, and they believe that with them it has to be the same thing. And we are working with these girls and trying to show them that it's not because their mother became a mother really soon that they have to do the same, that they can have a good job, they can have a good career. And then we are providing them education, because I truly believe that just through education we can have a better future. And if we educate our girls early in their age, and also if you educate boys, yes, we have to educate the boys as well, because boys will become the fathers and the husbands in the future. And if we show them that yes, they have to respect girls, also girls have to respect boys, girls have to respect boys, and boys have to respect girls, because it's not a competition. Men are not better than women. We are all the same. And this is what we have to teach our kids at home, and we have to teach our kids at school. This is the way that I believe we will change things. And then we were talking earlier that maybe the government should do something, but we don't have to wait for the government to do something. We should start it from our community now, right this moment, because maybe you can see in your neighborhood someone suffering from violence, and they say, here in Brazil still there's a saying that when a couple is fighting, no one has to say anything. And I don't believe that. We have to say, yes, maybe the woman will be killed if we don't say anything. So let's call the police, let's do something. It's our role to do something. Yes, it's not because it's not in our home that we can't do anything. And in your community, so if you don't have this organization, maybe an organization like the one we have here in my town could be created. We could go to the town hall and talk with the ones responsible for that, and then maybe you could create an organization in your small town and then try to protect the women there, bringing them out of the house, protecting them. And how do we encourage the women who are suffering from violence to call the police to get out of their house? We have been showing the media, Facebook, Instagram, and all in the radio. We are making lectures and empowering girls, and we are trying to show women that they have to get out of their condition, that yes, they have to believe in themselves, that yes, they can have a better life, that they don't have to stay forever like that. So we encourage the women, we help them to believe in themselves, and also girls. And then when they believe in themselves, they become empowered. And since they are empowered, they aren't beaten anymore. They don't accept anything coming from anyone. So the key is empowering others and empowering girls, and also empowering boys, because sometimes the boys see their dad hitting their mother and then they don't say anything. Let's encourage them in school to tell what is happening in their home, and maybe we could save lives. So it's not a matter of just being here and saying beautiful things, as someone said, reading from the internet. No, it's not the thing. We have to think, what can we do now in our community? And I believe that all of you there, it doesn't matter which country you are, you can help someone in your community starting by this moment. So let's do it. Let's try changing the things around us. This way, if all of us do something, I do here in Brazil, in my community, you there in India, in Morocco, in many different countries that we have here, soon we'll have a better world out there. And let's start doing that by encouraging others to believe in themselves. But first of all, we have to believe in ourselves. And I am so thankful for the ones who helped me to believe in myself. And I am feeling really empowered today because I have the chance of being here. Thank you so much. This way I'm helping the girls and women in my community. And I'm so happy that in a way I can help others out there. Thank you for the opportunity. That's all from me. Thank you so much.
Wonderful, Wilma, wonderful. You know, the moment I started hearing to you, you have started emerging out to be a strong lady of substance because of the wonderful initiatives and the wonderful work which you are doing for the women community, for the children, and for all the downtrodden women, you know. So it's, I think I should salute you, the beautiful things and whatever. And I think so that this should be carried forward because, you know, when we talk about the gender equality, it is not about clearing the gender differences, but providing fundamental human rights and beneficiaries to all the genders. And that is what you are doing, because it's the time that we all see gender as a spectrum instead of two set of opposing ideals. The time has come, you know, where the whole world needs to come together and fight against the gender equality. Now, right from giving primary education, as what I stressed earlier, because education is the only weapon, give the primary education to, you know, income provision and then gender equality. I'm telling you, because see, this is the issue which has been there since ages. No, we have begun to raise our daughters more like sons, but few have the courage to raise our sons more like daughters, isn't it? Because culture does not make people, people make culture. And it is true that the full humanity of women is not our culture that we can make, and we have to make it as a culture. Now, all beautiful women sitting over here, find your identity, your true self, and live your mission. Your power is your radical self, and you find it. And I'm telling you, once if you start searching, once if you made up your mind, yes, I have to find it, sure, you will find it. Because if you believe in your idea of change and you're willing to work hard, sooner or later that dream will be a reality. Achieving gender equality requires the engagement of women, men, girls, and boys. It is everyone's responsibility. I will not say that it is the responsibility of only the women who are sitting over here. It is everybody's responsibility, whoever is there on the earth. How important it is for us to recognize and celebrate our heroes. And then she rose. See, again, I'm repeating my point. Heroes, and then she rose. This is the difference. Hiring and promoting talented women is the right thing to do for the society, and that is an economic imperative, because when girls are valued less than boys, women less than men, they face multiple risks throughout their lives, at home, at work, at school, from their families, and from all corners, from all strangers also. So gender-based violence is a major consequence of gender equality. It's a worldwide phenomenon, and today the purpose of gathering over here is to finish it, reach out to the solution. And I strongly feel that one debate or two debate or three debate is not enough. This 3-day event is not enough, but at least we have started. We have started on a noble mission. And to begin with, baby steps must be there to reach to your final mission. And then I'm glad that Queen Nadia has initiated it. All of us have joined it. And I strongly feel that yes, today it is the start, and gradually the days will come when we will gonna combat over it. I'm looking for that momentum. So with this, I invite the next co-moderator of mine, Dr. Uche, to carry on with the next phase.
If you allow me, please, Dr. Shelley, I want to intervene just before we go to the next session. First of all, I want to thank our sister Dr. Vilma for being with us. And I have a question for her, because it's a debate here, and we really need to discuss different things. We have also Simon from Togo who wants also to speak something before we go. If you allow me, Dr. Shelley.
Yes, it's my pleasure. Please go ahead.
Yes. Dr. Vilma, do you think that in Brazil that this, let's say, opportunity, this equality of opportunity is really respected there in Brazil? Do you really think that it is really respected, the opportunity, a gender of opportunity, and the rights have been really respected there in Brazil, or is it still a domination of male?
Well, here in Brazil, we have achieved a lot in these few years. Women are in many positions like men, but here in Brazil, we still, for example, our salary in some fields, it is still less than men's salary. And some positions are here still just for men and not for women. But we have reached lots of our, we haven't reached a lot. We are better than we were years before, but it is a recent, just from 1962, that women is allowed to vote here in Brazil, for example. So it's a recent thing that we have achieved. And then for sure we have to, we have a lot to achieve in the future. And then that's why I believe that we have to work with our girls now, because if they are educated, they will believe in themselves and they will fight for their rights by themselves. They won't need me or someone else fighting for their rights. So if we empower our girls at school, showing that yes, they are able to do that, they can fight by their rights by themselves, and then it's not necessary others doing that for them. But we have a lot to fight for in our country as well.
Yes,
Dr. Vilma, sorry for asking. Sorry, my queen.
Dr. Heng, please wait a second, please. Thank you, Vilma. You know, in Brazil, what we can say that there is a big evolution in Brazil. Brazil is one of the countries that is in really evolution and improving situation, because few years ago, and let's say, and it's still existing, but we are improving the situation. Women had no right to open an account. This is important to know that In Brazil, women also had no right to open their account. Now, a banking account. Now it's improving, and she is still getting in this part, you know, the same equality of opportunities to open an account and now to vote. So it means that it's a good news. It means that our society is slowly improving everywhere, and that it is really interesting. But what about the rest of the world? We have with us today also Akwete Simon, who is from Togo. He raised his hand, and please, Dr. Hank, we can come to you later if you allow us. But we have our ambassador and Her Excellency Rosemary, who wants to say something, and in relation to what Vilma said. This is really interesting. So Simon, he is a French speaking. Let's see what we can say. Simon, His Excellency Simon from Togo. Simon, qu'est-ce que tu as à nous dire? Retire ton micro. Tu es muté.
Alors vous me recevez?
Oui, je vous reçois.
Ah, d'accord. D'abord, je vous salue tout le monde. Je dis bonjour, bonsoir, good morning, good evening, everybody.
OK.
D'accord. OK. D'abord, d'abord, toutes mes félicitations pour cette initiative. Vraiment, c'est louable. Et ça vaut la peine de pouvoir essayer. Ça vaut la peine de pouvoir permettre aux femmes, à nos mamans.
Je traduis ça. He said, thank you so much for this great opportunity. And from now, I believe that, yes, it's a great opportunity to do this debate, but at the same time, let's try really to change the situation.
D'accord. C'est justement, ça permettra à nos mamans, à nos sœurs, à nos jeunes femmes de pouvoir eu l'opportunité d'avoir au moins la voix à parler, à exprimer leur désagrément, ne serait-ce que ce qu'ils vivent de chaque jour. Leur monde est vraiment très compliqué par rapport à ici, particulièrement chez nous, dans mon pays. Les femmes n'ont pas droit à la parole, ils n'ont pas droit à l'éducation même. Leur travail, c'est dans les cuisines.
Laisse-moi traduire ça. C'est très important. Laisse-moi traduire ça. He said, this is really important, and I'm here to support our sisters, our daughters, our mother. He's saying that there in Togo, the woman has no right to speak in the home. Woman has no right for education or to go really to be educated or empowered. And that it is very in contrast with the reality, because we have in Togo, we have women who are ministers. So these women, they are educated, they are empowered. So what about the rest of the society? It's just a show. So this is what he's saying. So, vas-y, Simon.
D'accord. Justement, j'aimerais attirer l'attention pour le monde ici, peut-être ici au Togo, peut-être ailleurs dans le monde, dans nos contrées, dans d'autres pays, les femmes subissent cette atrocité, cette façon de les mettre à l'écart. Ils n'ont pas droit à prendre la parole dans le public, ils n'ont pas droit aux institutions de politique, tout ça là. Il y a 2 ans, le gouvernement togolais à pouvoir ratifier certains cadres, certaines lois internationales, ce qui a permis le chef de l'État à pouvoir nommer à la tête du gouvernement actuel une dame. D'abord, félicitations, ça commence par arriver. Le président de l'Assemblée nationale actuelle également est une femme. Ça veut dire que quand les décisions se prennent au de haut niveau, ça va prendre le chemin, ça va arriver tôt ou tard dans nos contrées, dans nos villages, ce que nous vivons. Et chaque jour que Dieu fait, c'est pénible, c'est vraiment impitoyable. Les femmes, vraiment, leur travail est louable, on doit pouvoir les accompagner. Mais par contre, on les laisse dans leur monde. Vraiment, ils n'ont pas de voix. Ils n'ont pas de voix pour se défendre. Ils n'ont pas de voix pour s'exprimer. Alors, ce cadre, ce que nous avons initié, ce que nous sommes en train de faire, ce que nous, aujourd'hui, on a décidé à faire, je veux vous dire que Ça, c'est une fois unique et c'est à jamais. On doit pouvoir continuer pour atteindre nos pays et continuer à vivre.
Ok, laisse-moi traduire ça. He
D'accord.
said, we are here in Togo, we are living a big atrocity, really, and especially for the women. Really, they are just considered like nothing, no one. But actually, he said, we have the hope because the president of the National Assembly has been chosen, and it is a woman. And this woman is trying to do and change everything. And that it is a big opportunity and a hope for the country. But she is surrounded only by men. So sometimes, even if she is a politician, she has to just be aware and speak not so loudly. And he said, I am proud for this debate to give a voice really to our people, because it will help the women in Togo to speak loudly and fight for their rights. He said, they have the right of nothing. And est-ce qu'elles ont le droit au vote, à ouvrir un compte bancaire, quelque chose comme ça?
Oui, justement, ils ont le droit de vote. Je disais tout à l'heure que ça a commencé par arriver dans le nouveau gouvernement. Aujourd'hui, les femmes, entre-temps, c'était ça. Mais seulement, c'est l'éducation dans nos contrées, dans nos familles, qui continue toujours à piétiner cette évolution dont nous aspirons tous. Aujourd'hui, si vous regardez jusqu'en collège déjà, vous allez voir que le nombre de femmes qui sont en train d'aller à l'école diminue considérablement. Vous allez remarquer que dans une classe, vous voyez 50 hommes, vous allez voir que 5 femmes à partir du collège déjà. Notre culture, dans le temps, nous a obligés à travers ces situations vraiment pénibles. Ceci étant, les femmes sont contraintes de travailler à la cuisine et non d'aller à l'école. Elles sont contraintes d'aider leurs parents à la maison plutôt que d'aller à l'école.
Même les filles de chez vous, elles font comme ça? Les filles de chez vous, elles n'ont pas le droit d'aller à l'école?
Actuellement, ça commence par arriver. Ça commence par arriver et ça là, nous, en tant qu'organisation de la société civile, c'est nos combats de chaque jour. Nous sommes en pleine campagne pour sensibiliser nos parents, nos familles, ne serait-ce que nos leaders politiques, les chefs religieux, pour pouvoir accompagner cette initiative du gouvernement et des associations, des ONG qui œuvrent aujourd'hui à pouvoir amener les femmes vraiment à l'école. Il y a un autre problème très important, c'est le problème des couvents. C'est le problème des couvents. On amène les enfants dans le système de couvent, surtout les filles. Ils peuvent faire 3 ans, 7 ans, là au couvent. À la sortie, ils sont déjà à l'âge adulte. Ils sont déjà à 18 ans. Vous allez remarquer que dans ces contrats, la fille là, cette fille n'a plus le droit de reprendre le CP1 pour aller à l'école. Alors, ça, c'est également un sujet vraiment tabou, qu'on doit revenir du jour au lendemain pour pouvoir voir en quelle mesure on peut faire des dépliants, des posters, ne serait-ce que des communications à travers la radio, la télévision, pour pouvoir permettre à ces chefs religieux de cesser cette pratique d'intimidation et pour permettre vraiment...
Est-ce qu'elles sont violées là-bas? Elles peuvent être violées? Il y a des cas de viol et tout dans
Voilà. Vous avez touché également un point très important. Les femmes dans les couvents, si vous permettez, les femmes dans les couvents sont parfois tombées enceintes dans les couvents.
Oh.
Ils donnent des naissances dans les couvents.
Ok, laisse-moi dire ça à tout le monde, Simon. Ok,
oui.
This is very important what I will say. I will translate what he said. This is really important. He said, first of all, there's a good news where this woman in the president of the Parliament Assembly, she came. This is important. We are improving the situation, and the women can have the right to vote. They have this voice to vote. He said, but he said the atrocity behind the scene the girl, they cannot go to school. It's forbidden for them. So the family, what they are doing from the small age, they are putting the children in our girls in like a church like a church there as a nun, you know. And when they are there, he said we had so many cases of a child pregnancy where our children, our girls who went there as a nun and in a church under the protection of the church. And he said most of the time they stay 3 to 7 years, and when they get out from there, they are already adult. So they don't know how to write their name, how to do. They had not received any education, and the problem is that some of them get pregnant. How? You are sending to your children. You are sending your children as to protect them, and from there they have problems. You understand? And that, he said, I have a hope with all the organizations that are fighting for the human rights and fighting for the rights of the girls and all that. And he said that we really need to move, and it's a work of society. And just want to tell you that with Simon, we are working very hard, because Simon is the president of Success World One in Togo, and we are already working on it. And that it is a good news.
D'accord, it's
So,
very good. D'accord. Pour terminer et résumer résumer tout ce que je viens de dire tout à l'heure, il est impératif maintenant que nous prenons le bras à cœur sur ce problème. Le 8 mars, je dirais, est une date victoire ici chez nous, en commençant par nous, les ONG, les organisations de la société civile, à pouvoir sensibiliser, faire des descentes dans les contrées pour accompagner nos femmes, nos sœurs, nos jeunes femmes à pouvoir embrasser vraiment, d'abord pour commencer l'éducation. Et il y a un autre problème phare, c'est ce que les femmes subissent au foyer. C'est ce que les femmes subissent ici chez nous au foyer. Un monsieur peut prendre jusqu'à 6 femmes, 7 femmes, 12 femmes, lui seul. Maintenant, elle peut battre une femme du matin au soir. Même elle peut avoir souhaité faire de rapports sexuels avec une femme qui est dans ces périodes, c'est-à-dire dans les règles. Elle peut souhaiter faire le rapport sexuel avec cette dernière-là. Il est sorti de l'hôpital, de lit d'hôpital, de naissance, de 3 jours, d'une semaine, de 2 semaines. Alors, c'est une atrocité. Ça, là, c'est vraiment très important. On doit pouvoir agir et faire quelque chose. Ce que les femmes aujourd'hui subissent dans nos contrées, c'est difficile. Une femme qui sort de l'hôpital 2 jours, 3 jours d'accouchement, son mari peut demander à faire des rapports sexuels avec elle. Et elle n'a pas le droit de refuser selon les coutumes.
This is really important, and you know, this case is really, really important. He said, and it happened not only in Togo. We have to speak the truth. He said in their community, in their country, a man can have 2, 3, he said even 12 women. Nothing is forbidden there for a man. And he said, our problem here, that the man, even if he has so many women there, if he has so many women, he remains the authority there. And he said that we have seen so many men and so many women who have been raped by their own husband. And they said, and that it was just killing them because some women were in very, very critical situation. And he said, we have seen, and as association also there, and they are moving and doing their best. He said 3 days after she came out from the hospital, she was raped by her husband, and it was with atrocity and domestic violence. He said, please help us to get out from this misery of our country. The women are really, really, really in a very bad situation.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for all. Merci beaucoup à tout le monde. Et merci toujours à vous, ma présidente et l'initiateur, ma reine. Merci beaucoup. Je serai à l'écoute pour vous suivre encore. Ça, j'aimerais que nous reprenions ça une fois dans le mois, peut-être 2 fois, pour pouvoir éveiller les consciences, permettre à faire des dépliants après, ne serait-ce que des programmes audiovisuels, des posters après au nom du système international 1, que nous allons apporter l'information à ces gens-là, à ces dames-là,
Tu
pour
peux
pouvoir
déjà
les accompagner.
là-bas en tant que Successful One Togo à faire tout ce qui est éveil de conscience et tout ça.
Voilà.
On peut faire. He was saying thank you very much for
Thank you.
being here, and he said that this debate and these kind of things has to be, if we can organize it every month, because it's very important. And as a Successful One Togo, he will also start making the job of awareness and protecting the women there. And this is what we need really all. So I will thank you so much, Simon. We have
Thank
our
you.
sister Rosemary. She wants to say something. So please, Rosemary, and then we can also go further. I know we are very late, but it's a debate, sorry. And we have so many things on the table. You cannot control when it's, yeah.
D'accord. Merci beaucoup. Merci. Merci à vous et merci beaucoup. On est ensemble. On va continuer ensemble. C'est un combat. On a accepté de cœur à le faire. On va le faire. Et nous demandons Dieu de nous venir en aide pour arriver au bout, ne serait-ce que ce que nous avons à apporter à la population togolaise, en Afrique et dans le monde entier. Je vous remercie.
Merci à vous, Simon. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. C'est très important.
Okay, Rosemary, it's up to you.
Yes, good morning, dear Queen, Sister Nadia. I really thank for this debate and for the integrity of having people around the world.
You are muted.
Yes, now? Sorry, a phone call came in. So as I'm listening to all of you, I want to say something clearly, that women and men have their rights, that we have been fighting all our lives for freedom, regardless in the position where you are, regardless in the place where you are, regardless in the country of where you are. We as human beings, we have been always fighting for freedom, freedom of speech, freedom of being heard, freedom of our rights, freedom of society to have dignity, freedom of choices, freedom of responsibilities. And that's why I want to talk about this, because I listened to the last gentleman, Dr. Akuri, and I understand French. I don't speak much, but I understand it pretty well. So, and he said something very important about how the condition of his country is right now. But my question is, and this is going to be a little bit crush or harsh, are you doing what's right? Are you really prompting every corner of your country, every place where you go to? Are you doing what's supposed to be done? Because conscience is where we have to work. We can work about education everywhere. We can work about being united and being one voice. But if your conscience is not working every time you have to do the right of righteousness, of what's really have to be done for others to be in an equal side, then we're not doing the work. And we're blaming the government, we're blaming organizations, we're blaming everything possible. But the first thing that we have to blame is ourselves. When I go outside and I listen to people being hurt, or I see something injustice, if I stay quiet, or if I don't intervene, if I don't listen to what the person's saying, and I just look around, I'm not doing my work. And then we ask for freedom of speech, freedom to be heard, freedom to have good education, freedom to have unification. Where is our conscience? And that's where we're here today. Because one man can do many things. I remember Nelson Mandela, who fought and thought about his country, all his life incarcerated. He went out and he did what he says, and he did what he promoted. So this is what we have to work here, our conscience. Don't go nowhere to be asked. Don't go nowhere to where we're supposed to be having the freedom of speech, or indeed the freedom of consequences of knowing who we are. Start with you. Our conscience is to be done today. Because if I see a woman that's being hurt, and if I see a woman who's been not tolerated in a job site, and I just say, oh yeah, she's wrong, all because it's the easiest way, then don't demand rights for you, because you're not promoting your own rights. And that's what we have to work today. You know, I've seen many women who have the same job opportunity, the same CEO job of placement in a business or in a company, in a huge company, and they're being underpaid because they're women. If the same position is for a man, it's 10% more. So you know what I do in this case? And I've done it. Thank you. I don't need it. Goodbye.
A wonderful volley of sessions and vital points discussed here by all the super ladies over here. Congratulations. Much appreciated efforts of each and everybody over here, because participation should be there, and that enthusiasm is seen by all and sundry over here. So without waiting much more, I will hand over this platform to Dr. Uche Linda. Over to you, dear.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Shelley, for the wonderful moderation. I really want to appreciate our Queen Mother for having initiated this program. Is this a national issue? And the authority concerned has to do something. Oh, it starts from you and I. So thank you so much. Without further ado, because we are running out of time, permit me to call upon the next speaker to the stage. I'll call upon Saloni G from India. Saloni, could you please unmute yourself?
Thank
The
you
stage
so
is all
much.
yours now.
Yeah, right. I'm right here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So
Yeah.
today, my name is Saloni Garudia, and I'm from India, and it was wonderful listening to all of you. I mean, say we are talking about the topic which is need of an hour, but then first I want to celebrate you to recognize the need of this topic, what we are discussing today. It is a need to celebrate you, to recognize, to talk about this event. You know, I think all of you are the heroes and sheroes here. And just, we just don't have started a debate. Actually, we have started the movement to recognize, the movement of recognizing that there's a need of action. And we have just not, it doesn't end here. And it is not just a goal to it. It is more to it. It is, I think it's a precondition for the meeting to challenge of reducing poverty, promoting sustainable development. No country can truly furnish if the potential of its women and strive itself of the contribution of half of its citizens. So we as a woman actually is the half of the population, So when we talk about women inequality, I feel that, what is women inequality? Why is it so? I mean, we have spoken to or listened to many females where, they have faced women inequality. And I think as a woman from India, where a country where, we face lots of these things like domestic violence, we talk about abusive marriages, we talk about, female foticides being like, that if there's a huge difference how the parents or people conceive girl, child or female, they feel that it's a burden to them. So I think, answer to my question is that why is there gender equality? Answer to it is that we don't have that ecosystem that enables a woman to have equal opportunity to pursue their dreams. We need to be contributed to, supporting the girls through academic, education, skills training, and also professional development till they become empowered and independent. In my childhood, there were many lady doctors or women driver. So every time I met, I was full of admiration for them. As the time passed, we started referring it to from the lady doctor to doctors. And that is an important transition which I want to see in this whole world, where you are not judged by your gender, but by your skills, So I still hear, people are saying that, that women's driver, they don't know how to park the car. We listen that, they are not running fast enough or any kinds of incompetency. So, being a lady, I think every day we feel and we come to a situation or we face a situation where there's lots of women inequality. So, I think the change has to come from home. It began, and what is the most important tool for it? I feel information, because information has the power to transform life. We need I'm so sorry. Can I think there was a network issue. Yeah.
Okay. Please.
I want to give my. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. You were freezing up, but I can hear you now. You are audible. Go ahead, please.
I'll just give my closing statement if it's okay.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Go ahead.
Hello. Yes. So I think information has the power to transfer. I think information has that power, which I was saying that, we need to make our girls, make our women informative, because they need to know the policies, the practical solutions, so that they can transform their life through the information. So I think, I'll tell you about my own personal experience, and that will be the end of my speech, as when we talk about gender equality, that, a woman has to support a woman, and when we support each other, then we can talk about women equality. And what I see in this platform, that is more important, that all of us are supporting each other right now. When Queen Nadia has given us this platform. I think Miss Linda, she's supporting me when my network went down. There's Shally ma'am, they're so important. I can see all women empowerment, and I think the solution to gender equality is women empowerment. We need to support each other, and that's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much. Namaste from India, and I'm literally thrilled that we're going to have amazing 3 days. So empowering, and we need, and the way we are supporting each other, I'll continue to do it from myself. So the charity begins from home. Thank you so much.
You will find it in future always.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you so much, Saloni, for that insightful sharing. Honestly, women, we need to support each other. We are not in a competition with each other, rather to, have each other's back, support each other. And as we are doing that, the world will be a better place for all of us to dwell in. So thank you so much. Without further ado, because we are running out of time, permit me to call upon the next speaker, Fatima. Fatima, please, the stage is all yours now. Fatima, you are here. Fatima Sogra from India. Okay, you are here. The stage and mic is all yours now. Please inspire us.
Namaste, good evening, good morning, everyone. I'm Fatma Sogra from India, state Chhattisgarh. Firstly, I would like to extremely thankful to Queen Nadia, Dr. Uche, Dr. Sally Best, and Dr. Namita Rajput ma'am to giving such me extremely good opportunity to me to speak something and can express my views about today's wonderful topic. Thank you all for being here for today's important discussion, for continuing to demonstrate your commitment to this issue. We have discussed at length the importance of responding to specific needs of women and girls in humanitarian crisis and the dire circumstances many women and girls find themselves. Rightly, Ukraine is facing same problem, and before that, Syria was facing, and across the region, we have spent decades talking about the importance of gender equality. And while we talk the situation of women and girls inside Ukraine and Syria, and as well as in many countries, neighboring countries, it is a risk of further deterioration. We know that refugee female headed households not sharing resources and other households are those most vulnerable food insecurity. We know that the gender based violence and violence against women continues to destroy the lives of women and girls across the region, and prolonged displacement will deepen and exacerbate this. We know the women's rates of empowerment amongst the law was in Syria and Ukraine pre-crisis, demonstrating the rollback effect displacement has one woman's access the opportunities and public space, deepening their sense and isolation. While women are central to community and spend 90% of their income on the family, data demonstrate that women are more reliant on humanitarian assistance than men due to barriers they face in accessing income generating opportunities. If we are investing in community resilience, we must invest in women. This is the smartest strategy, and it does not happen without vigilance and targeted strategies to ensure women are direct beneficiaries of this approach. I think you all are completely agree with my words. This said, we worked hard together, we have seen progress, and for this we must be proud. We have seen commitments from governments around the region to address these issues. For example, in the development of national plan action on women, peace, we are hearing some type of plan always in our life. We need a humanitarian structure to improve this, and that places women's need and empowerment as its heart. That means longer term funding cycles to enable us to take an empowerment approach, those we serve effectively, engaging civil society, the responses not only as contracted service providers, but also as planners, leaders, advocates for their constituents, ensuring adequate funding to priorities of women and girls, and ensuring that our interventions, such as those to livelihoods, do not sideline women even inadvertently. We need accountability framework that ensures that we will all live up to global commitments. Let me tell you, this is completely written in Article 23, equality between women and men. Equality must be ensured in all areas, including employment, work, and pay. The principle of equality shall not be prevent the maintenance of adaptation of measures providing for specific advantages in favor of underrepresented sex. If a woman can do what a man can, a woman can be as good or as a bad man too. When I was younger, I thought that I knew everything there was to know about gender equality. It seemed so straightforward. If a man do it, a woman can do it as well. Much later, I realized there were entirely different angles to issue than I had imagined. One thing I want to share, one important argument between a man and a woman about the world famous question of equality. The man said, if you want to do what a man does, go and climb a coconut tree without missing a beat. The woman retorted, why don't you climb one and show me first? The debate went no further. Naturally, many of things are here which we are discussing, and due to running up short of time, I want to conclude with my last words, thoughts. लोग कहते हैं कि नारी का कोई घर नहीं होता, लोग कहते हैं कि नारी का कोई घर नहीं होता। ये क्यों नहीं समझते, ये क्यों नहीं समझते कि नारी के बिना घर घर नहीं होता, नारी के बिना घर घर नहीं होता। Thank you so much to giving me such a wonderful opportunity, and we need to support each other, men to women and women to men. Thank you.
Wow, that's a very wonderful. You are so phenomenal, energetic as well. Thank you so much. I quite concur with what you've just said. Women needs to be invested in, because women are nation builders. We are pillars of the house of every nation. Without women, we did, though, because we are living in an equal society that is so cohesive, or less cohesive per se, without women in power. In fact, women need to be empowered, because where there is a women empowerment, everything will be successful. Everything will be moving on fine. In fact, I don't want to dwell so much on that. Thank you so much for that insightful sharing. I'm so happy this platform has given us opportunity to share our heart out based on our experiences, what we've been faced through and been facing. And some of us, even me myself, I've been a victim of, I've been victimized, but that should be for the next day. Because of the time, I will share my own experience as well, because I've already stand up. I've said, no, we need equal rights, equal freedom. And that is, it is what it is. I will permit me to call upon the next speaker that will have the stage now. Is Anusha Katyal from India. Please, if I didn't pronounce your name so well, do not crucify me. The stage is all yours now. Anusha?
Hello. Good morning.
Yeah,
good
okay.
afternoon, and good evening, everybody. I am Anushka Katyal, and I intend to throw some light on the plight of Ukrainian women in the ongoing Russian invasion of Ukraine. Women's experiences in violent conflict and in refuge situations are different from those of men. Conflict disputes, societies and individual families, and violence against women proliferates in such circumstances. War affects women intensely and disastrously. In addition to the complications of caring for a family during wartime, women may face displacement from home, separation from loved ones, and extreme abuse, including rape, torture, and death. The gender bias that fuels violence against women during peacetime boils over and intensifies in conflict situations in military officials ignore or sanction gross violations of human rights. Though war is perceived as a male activity, and indeed those involved in militaristic actions are overwhelmingly men, it is largely civilian women and children who bear the cost in the many wars of our time. In 1991, such conflicts have become more numerous and more deadly, and the nature of warfare has changed. Nowadays, war often involves the deliberate targeting of civilians and their livelihoods. And this is exactly what is happening in the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war. With the intensification of the Russian invasion, what is unfolding in Ukraine is no different, where the ongoing war has brought on a devastating toll for women. In the days since Russia invaded Ukraine, the world has seen the photographs of women giving birth in underground metro stations and newborns hastily being moved to makeshift bomb shelters as health facilities become inaccessible or too damaged to function. An estimated 80,000 women will give birth in the next 3 months in Ukraine, many of them without access to critical maternal health care. For some, childbirth will be life-threatening rather than life-changing experience. The ongoing war has converted scores of women into refugees, as so many Ukrainian men are remaining behind to sign up for military service or to join the territorial defense forces. Under Ukraine's declaration of martial law, men between the ages of 18 to 60 are barred from crossing the border to join their families as refugees. The war has fostered a situation involving women taking the lead, getting family members out, whether it's vulnerable children or vulnerable elderly, and having to manage in a new place with almost nothing. The UN High Commissioner of Refugees predicts that as many as 4 million Ukrainians will become refugees, double the current number. UN officials also warn that displaced women and girls forced to live in temporary or shared shelters and the increased military presence in Ukraine have created a heightened risk of gender-based violence. Besides, gender-based violence affects at least 1/5 of women in Ukraine, with nearly 22% of Ukrainian women between 15 and 49 years have experienced at least one form of physical or sexual violence in their lifetime. This situation was worsened by the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, during which calls to domestic violence helplines grew by 50% in the conflict-affected Donetsk and Luhansk regions and by 35% in other parts of Ukraine. But despite this increase, Amnesty International in 2020 revealed that there continue to remain multiple flaws in the system aimed at protecting survivors, especially women of domestic or sexual violence. However, devastating social and economic crisis, access to weaponry, and trauma in the wake of the current conflict will have a direct impact on violence against women, where increasing number of Ukrainian women will have to endure sexual violence wielded as a weapon of war at the hands of both the state and the oppressing forces. They might suffer additional hardships in case of incessant escalation because the social infrastructure, such as services for domestic violence survivors, is not yet strong enough to adapt to changes. Therefore, Ukrainian women and girls, particularly those traveling alone, are at high risk of rape, sexual slavery, forced prostitution, forced pregnancy, and forced sterilization and other forms of sexual violence. In times like these, steps must be taken to provide and protect the fleeing refugees, and planning must be done beforehand for the safety and rehabilitation of refugees in the post-war situation. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much, Anisha. That's really awesome. Wow. Honestly, I was commenting you using Ukraine as a case study to analyze this. This is a big statistical case study as regards to the domestic violence in Ukraine, considering what is happening there. Honestly, these students, these children, they are not in school. The women get shy that one facing it the most. That is why we should be using our platforms to promote peace. Let peace reign and let peace lead everywhere, because it's an obstruction. There's a global meltdown. Even if some people will be saying that it doesn't, they don't care, because let me tell you, directly or indirectly, it's affecting every one of us. So that is why it is need for us to start from the grassroots to campaign about peace. SDG 16, strong institution. That is, and that is SDG 16. Let's start from our parents, teachers, from the grassroots to inculcate peace, oneness among our learners and our students, our younger ones, our youth, for us to have a better, a healthy life, our planet to be for all of us to dwell in. We need peace and harmony. So without further ado, permit me to call upon the moderator that will take it up from here. I'm calling upon Dr. Aka to have the stage now. Thank you so much. I really want to appreciate our Queen, Nadia, for this wonderful initiative. Honestly, it is.
Hello? Hello.
Yes, Dr. Alka, continue. I think we have
audible, ma'am.
Dr.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay, so they say.
Oh, my. Please go ahead, please. The stage is all
Okay,
yours now.
thank you so much. Wonderful things happening on this virtual platform, and it doesn't even feel virtual. It feels as if we're all together. And listen to this. Men belong to the kitchen. Women belong to the kitchen. Everyone is in the kitchen. Why? Because kitchen has food. What I'm trying to say is, think about it. Hola, bonjour, konnichiwa, zadravo, zadrasi, mabuhay, ni hao, xin chao, aloha, salam, namaste. To all of you, greetings, greetings. It was absolutely enriching, amazing, enlightening, exhilarating, exquisite, exotic listening to all of you. I tell you, you know, all of you, the kind of thoughts that have been shared over here on this platform, it makes me actually wonder, what is the debate all about? I mean, we all agree to the fact that all of us are human beings, and there is no Adam and there is no Eve, because all of us are human beings. I am unbeatable, I am unstoppable, I am unique, I am ubiquitous, I am every human being. And if we are every human being, then why do we have these kind of issues? You know, I mean, we shouldn't be having them. If we have people like us who believe in, you know, empowering everyone, who believe in making this world a beautiful place, whose mission is to make this world a beautiful place to live in, and that too with a lot of love, because love empowers, love encourages. Love is a huge, huge motivator. It brings out the best in us. And didn't Mariah Carey sing, you know, that there is a hero within us, and that hero, you know, within us always gives us the strength to carry on, no matter what. Because see, life is ups and downs. That will happen. And, you know, we at that point of time always say to ourselves that, okay, when the going gets tough, the tough get going, because that's the way we need to groom and train our mind. It's all about the mind games, you know, it's all about the devil and the angel within us. And I also feel one more thing. If the devil is in us, I think that's the time we resort to things that are not so pleasant. And for my part personally, without any offense meant to anyone, I feel that we're on a virtual platform. We care for one another. That's why all of us are still here, because no matter our turn is over, but we're still here listening to everyone. I think this is empowering. And I cannot say the same for the ones who have left the platform, because I think that if we are talking so well about gender, about parity, about equality, about equity, my lovely folks, why have you left the platform? I know, I mean, it requires guts to say this, but I feel that, you know, since we are talking about this and debating about this, I feel that all of us should be here. Of course, I do understand that there are, you know, some of us may have our problems, but then they would have been nice enough to, you know, share it to our dearest, wonderful, most gorgeous and charismatic Queen Nadia. Queen Nadia, bonjour, I love you. And, you know, I think, like, for example, I told her that I'm going to be a little late today. And as per my promise, I was here after that 1 hour. And then I have been here. I think this is what we need to do. Respect one another. Here is the place where we go wrong. When, you know, when we don't respect one another, because if I listen, if I'm speaking, then I also would like to listen. A good conversationalist is a good listener as well. And that's how human connections, you know, flourish. That's how the world becomes a beautiful place, you know. So it is actually more sustainable then, because we're talking about sustainability these days. And that's how the sustainability happens. So my lovely friends, gorgeous people, it was absolutely amazing listening to my friends from all over the globe. You know, I thank the pandemic for this, that all of us are together because of this virtual platform. Otherwise, probably we would never even have met. But thanks to that, and very soon, I'm sure we're going to be all meeting. And then, you know, whatever we have been talking about, we will take it even further. And, you know, now let's start respecting one another. One more thing, each and every one of us has a unique quality within us. So, you know, I get up in the morning, or whenever any one of us looks in the mirror, they say, oh wow, I never thought that I'm looking at the most gorgeous person on planet Earth. All of us are wonderful, amazing. Let's not ever forget that. We all have a quality that we need to share with the world. Let's do that together. Still guest, His Excellency, Mr. Rajkumar. Mr. Rajkumar, I know you're going to be talking about gender. So let's hear it from you. Let's hear your forceful thoughts coming out. And please empower us, because there is a hero within you that's willing to share the uniqueness within you to all of us, your friends. So, His Excellency, Ambassador Raj Arora.
Good evening.
Very good evening.
Sorry. Definitely, it's the very, you know, I have a question to all our respected women here. Why do we feel that we are behind men, first of all? Your powers, your imaginations, you know, we start calling your excellency for what? It's not because you are backward, you are highly qualified. Nowadays, all the girls, you know, I have 2 daughters also. And when I see the conditions, when I see the intellectual of young children, as we are talking about, is a par of any man on this earth. And they just need an opportunity. And the opportunities are being created today in today's world. You know, in today's world, women are not behind. And what we say, we are behind, we need this opportunity, we need this equality, I say salt rubbish. They are already above everything. The only thing we have to recognize that that in society, in our real life, they have a respect. They should, because you know the women heart is like a soft corner, you say. So on one side she's a fighter, one side she's a soft person. So you know, emotional, you can say. So she has to be listened carefully, and she has to be given an opportunity in lives to go ahead. She don't need men for this, but yes, if, for example, the daughter, for example, the wife, for example, mother or whoever is there, from men, what they expect only a respect, and whatever they want in their field, they get that. It's a respect that they expect, and if they get it, they will easily do unbelievable things. And we have to trust them. We think in this society, you know what we think, the man is a very powerful person. Yes, you are. Physically, you're powerful. We do agree with that. But on the other hand, without women, this world is not completed. You cannot complete the world without your wife. You cannot complete your world without your mother. You came from your mother. So what I believe is really, you know, if given an opportunity, a respect, a chance, you can go till any extent. And this is just a beginning what is happening. This Success World One is giving a chance to speak up, to bring topics online. We say education is a very important role. Yes, I do agree, education is a very important role. But behind the education, the mentality to accept the things is required. It's not that even you educate a person and he cannot go for a domestic violence or something. I don't believe that. The concept, understanding of men's nature has to be put up in front of people, like what exactly he requires. If he doesn't get the things from the other partner or something, why he getting volatile? Why doesn't he have patience? What's wrong with it? So we have to go to a level that is called a cellular level, a kind of things one must understand what's going on, what's wrong with the situation, how he reacts. So there should be an opportunity for both ways. Like, before a marriage, a person should have a good counseling or a training that how he will go adapt the situation if the thing goes wrong. And we have chance. We will be providing chance of all these things. We have mental clinic here. We have other things coming up. All this will really not only educate, they will also help in a regular day-to-day life of everybody. So maybe it takes time, but eventually the goal will be with men. She's one step above you always. What she can judge, the men sometimes fail. And if really they get a chance, they prove really they are superior than anybody. This is what I believe, and I have a high respect for them. Even I had made some mistakes in my life, but I understood later on what is the value. It took hard way for me to understand. But in the world, the education, art of education, the mental level, all these things really, really important. She's far above, far above. There's no comparison, in India. In respect, we pray, in Hindu religion, Mother Saraswati, Mother Lakshmi, Mother Durga, what we pray for. One side we are praying, the other side, if we have a mentality of abusing, this will never match. You'll never reach your goals. Any intellectual person at the highest level, if you see, businessman, any person, you will see every successful man behind him is a woman. The reason behind is what calculations she can make behind you. You can't even think of it. So what I believe, is we have to create a kind of society where the respect is on the both sides, not only for men, but for women. If men is expecting something, this is something equally the other side be given the opportunity. So this is what all I had to say. Thank you so much.
Bravo. That was such an honest, sharing of thoughts, I must say. Yes, the way you've talked about women in particular, it's actually a feeling of being put on cloud nine. Again, I would say over here that, we've begun to raise our girls nowadays, just like we raise our sons. But somehow, somewhere, I think we still lack the guts to raise our sons like our daughters. If we try to do this and we try to create a balance over here, I'm sure, many problems relating to gender will disappear. That's the time people, like so many people, realize the importance of a particular gender. But, basically, again and again, I would like to repeat one more thing, that we're all human beings and respect is the key word. You know, we need to respect one another for what we have. We need to respect one another for our uniqueness. And that was a brilliant confession, that you learned so much, you know, and you made mistakes, but then you learned. I think that is what life is all about, you know. It gives us lessons. It gives us lessons. We fail, but from that failure comes a lesson that we need to implement in our life to just move on, and then maybe share with everyone. And I think that was absolutely brilliant sharing. And we all need to remind ourselves that at times we may also do something wrong. But at the end of the day, you know, we need to be honest to ourselves and to the people, you know, around us. We need to, you know, have the guts to, you know, extend that apology. So, wow, brilliant and fantastic sharing. And yes, behind every man, there's a woman, but behind every woman also, there's a man, because we all are together in this. On planet Earth, we're all together in healing the world to make it a beautiful place to be in. Thank you so much, Mr. Raj Arora. That was absolutely amazing and touching. And with that, let me invite our next speaker. Our next speaker comes all the way from Nepal. Yes, Ambassador Ganesh Gimire. And he will also be talking to us on gender gap. So Ambassador Ganesh, I did see you now and then. I mean, I did see you.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. Hello, welcome. Namaste.
Namaste, ma'am. Namaste. Thank you, ma'am. Namaskar and good evening, everyone. This is me, Advocate Ganesh Gimire, me from Nepal. I did in LLM Human Rights and Gender Justice. I would like to thank all of you and especially go to Honorable Queen Nadia. And this has given to me the great opportunity to share with us and our issues. Today, I am going to talk about the gender equality that is happening in Nepal. More rights in Nepal than in the past have been guaranteed by the constitution of their country. Gender equality is when the people of all genders have equal rights, responsibilities, and opportunities. Everyone is affected by gender inequality. Women, men, trans, and gender diverse people, children, and families. In fact, people of all ages and background. Gender equality is an important issue of regarding the human rights. It is the foundation of social justice. Most of the countries have promulgated their constitution many provision of gender equality. The speakers before this have spoken will of issues of gender equality in their country. I am talking about Nepal. Right Honorable Vidya Devi Bhandari is the current female president of Nepal. In Nepal, aftermath of the political change in 1990, women most movement has become the vocal of the reforming constitution, legal and policy for the betterment of the political, economic, social and cultural situation, as well as to ensure full phase of human rights and fundamental freedom of women. The moment gained of momentum for the paradigm shift this field. Women have been the gaining the rights of many women in Nepal. Nepal is the party to several international human rights treaties, including UDHR, CEDAW, ICCPR, ICACR, and UNCR. However, the certain aspect of constitution remain with the Nepal's international treaty obligation under the human rights instruments. The constitution has made many provisions relating the gender equality and empowerment, and such as the non-discrimination and substantive equality, women's political representations, and right of women against the violence and exploitation, right of victims of crime, reproductive health rights, right to land and property, right to social security, state policy and economic valuation of women's work at home, citizens' right of sexual minorities. Constitution of Nepal has guaranteed the women rights as the fundamental rights. It's further guaranteed the right of equality and right of the property. The present constitution of Nepal has ensured the 31 fundamental rights for the citizen, as well as the ensured the gender equality and the present constitution of the Nepal is progressive in the context of gender equality. Historically, we have seen women have been excluded from the political life and the decision-making process. Women campaign from the participants in the public and political arena date back to the 19th and the 20th century and continue today. The mainstreaming of the women issues and international human rights possible in the decade of 70s, 80s, and 20th century. Gender justice is the correlation of the social, economic, political, environment, cultural, and educational factor. These preconditions need to be satisfied for achieving the gender justice. However, in the practice, women still have to face the problem in the enjoyment of the right guaranteed by the international human rights instruments. The complete gender justice is not to be achieved. There is still and the prevalence of the gender-based violence in our country. The delivery of the constraints, cultures and subcultures and vast, and there is a lot of rigor and the traditional beliefs and lack of education, development, poverty, enforcement of to the lack of awareness among women, deep-rooted and economic dependence of women all lead to the substance and condition of a woman in our society. To overcome and mitigate such a problem in the fundamental challenge to the achieve gender equality in full page. There are the lots of efforts should be undertaken by the government and non-governmental organization to overcome the problems and the challenges for the protection and promotion of the gender equality in Nepal and everywhere. Men and women are equal for us. At the last, once again, thank you, ma'am.
Wow, brilliant, Ambassador Ganesh. You know, what you just now said brings to light one very important thing, and that is gender equality is actually a human fight. And it's not only a fight of one gender, be it man or be it woman. It is a human fight. And that is what we need to keep on remembering. But nevertheless, for all that you shared about, you know, your fundamental rights being revised and, you know, more power being given to women, I think that is absolutely wonderful, because all of us are human beings, and all of us are breaking stereotypes. The women are breaking stereotypes. The men are breaking stereotypes. Men are doing what, you know, those professions where earlier, you know, women used to do more, or women are doing those ones where men used to be more. For example, men, the best chefs in the world are men, I believe. The best dress designers are men. And similarly, the best pilots or the best, you know, scientists or whatever was the best trekkers, ones who go to the highest mountains, I think they're women. So, you know, we are shattering stereotypes, and this is where our strength lies. Nothing is impossible, because even the word impossible says, I am possible. So all of us human beings, if we encourage one another, we treat one another with respect, we empower one another, because that's the need of the hour, rather than being judgmental. And Supriya said, you know, that let's not rate, hate, shake, break, and put people under the scanner all the time. You see, everyone has a quality which is unique to them. Let's appreciate that, because if they have a quality, then I also have a quality which I can share with the world. That is what we need to remember at the end of the day. So, wow, thank you so much, Ambassador Ganesh, for bringing that to light. More power to you. Keep shining. And our love to everybody in Nepal. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Well, let's move. Yes. Let's move on next to our next speaker. Our next speaker is from India, the land of the Taj Mahal, Dr. Prateek Ranjan, and he will be talking to us also about gender. Hello, Dr. Prateek. I think we're meeting for the first time, and all thanks to Queen Nadia for getting all of us together from different states of India, from different parts of the globe. Thank you, dearest Queen, for this opportunity of meeting some wonderful people from all across the continent and all across our own country at times. So, Dr. Prateek, it's over to you.
Thanks for the patience, Dr. Prateek Ranjan. Thanks for the patience. You were with us since 5:45. Okay, thank you so much, and sorry for the delay. Carry on. high-spirited.
Thank you. Let me introduce myself, Professor Dr. Pratik Rajan Mundgekar. I'm a scientist, professor, counselor, global educator, international speaker, professor and global educator at International Internship University and president of Youth Development Council, IIU. So now I would like to start with my today's talk, which is the world has to fight gender inequality together. So thank you very much for this opportunity and for your kind words and introduction to this meeting. Excellencies, thank you so much for inviting me and for the opportunity to engage in this manner. So we have achieved much in recent history on the path to gender equality, but we have a long way to go to ensure equal endowments, participation, and voice for women. The stakes are given the stakes are even higher now that the coronavirus pandemic is ravaging the world, as times of great crisis often put women on the front lines. Women predominate in key roles as nurses, social workers, and caregivers. They're also working as doctors and volunteers and as a political and community leaders, making critical decisions about how to address the public health, social, and economic effects of the crisis. Women's participation will be vital to our success against this shared global threat. So let us first acknowledge the progress made so far. Today, we tend to take it for granted that women can vote, but with the exception of a few front runners like India, New Zealand, Australia, Finland, universal suffrage became a reality only after World War I. Eventually, voting rights for women were introduced into international law in 1948 by the United Nations Commissions on Human Rights. Women have also taken advantage of increased opportunities to serve as leaders. In 2019, women held nearly 1 in 4 legislative seats worldwide, more than double their share in 1995. Management positions are also more likely to be held by women now than 20 years ago, though parity is still a long way off. With greater representation comes improved outcomes. Looking at education, the world has seen enormous progress in reducing gaps between girls and boys across a variety of important areas, such as enrollment rates and literacy outcomes. In health, fewer mothers are dying in childbirth, and significant increases in female life expectancy have followed. With few exceptions, women now outlive men in virtually every country. In terms of labor participation, more women in countries at every level of income have been engaging in economic activities beyond non-market and work in the home. Around the world, many national reforms have been enacted in recent years to improve the status of women in the workplace, in marriage, and especially to protect women from violence. Yet there is still a long way to go. Despite this meaningful progress, important gender gaps remain. These vary in scale from country to country and take different forms, from physical violence and deprivations to unequal opportunities in work or political life. The WHO, the World Health Organization, estimates that over 1 in 3 women worldwide will experience violence in their lifetime. Sadly, the risk of being subjected to violence increases of times of distress, such as the outbreak of COVID-19, as we have suffered. The United Nations Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women warned that it was very likely that rates of widespread domestic violence will increase, as already suggested by initial police and hotline reports. Gender disparities also take shape in unequal opportunities to participate fully in economic life. So women, one more issue I would like to throw some light on that women are paid less, earning 77 cents to every dollar earned by a man, and bear disproportionate responsibility for unpaid care and domestic work, performing 76% of total hours of unpaid care work worldwide. In fact, if women's unpaid work were assigned a monetary value, one study of 6 countries has suggested that it would constitute between 10 and 39% of GDP. These opportunities gaps suggest that women could be disproportionately affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. Women make up a large share of health and social care workers around the world. 70% in 104 countries. Also, early analysis from the World Bank indicates that those in caregiving roles may face an increased burden in the wake of school closures, with working mothers finding themselves even more stretched than usual in trying to juggle home-based work, homeschooling, childcare, and housework. Inequality of access is also a key concern. Globally, nearly 40% of women in wage employment are estimated to lack access to social protection. Women are less likely than men to have access to financial institutions or to have a bank account. Although women-owned enterprises represent more than 30% of registered business worldwide, only 10% of women entrepreneurs have the capital they need to grow their businesses. These gender gaps impose real cost on society. As women, business, and law points out, equality of opportunity is good economics. Indeed, it is estimated that women lagging participation in employment and entrepreneurship costs the world about 15% of its GDP. In considering a full potential scenario in which women participated in the economy identically to men, someone concluded that this would add $28 million, 26% to annual global GDP by 2025 as compared to business as usual. Yet, when girls are allowed to dream and realize their potential, we are all better off. To quote the famous early 20th century novelist and activist, he said, his name is Jebel, he said, a woman is not born into this world to be pleasing. A woman is born to develop her mental, moral, and physical abilities. Over the course of history, many women have embarked on a path of self-realization to the benefit of our society. Some are famous, some less. But each contributed to advancing the world, whether by promoting human rights and peace, of forging ahead in science, or serving on the front lines to save human lives and protect public health. Despite the added burdens, crisis present an opportunity to improve gender equality. Unfortunately, we are likely to see some setbacks in gender equality during the COVID-19 pandemic and its aftermath. In highlighting the gender impact of COVID-19, the United Nations High Commission's Human Rights had stated that targeted measures to address the disproportionate impact of the crisis on women and girls are needed. So the COVID-19 crisis has put unprecedented pressure on governments, development organizations, and communities. While we strive urgently to respond, we should not lose sight of our goal to achieve gender equality. Instead, we should make it part of our overall effort to tackle these unprecedented challenges and come out stronger afterward. We appreciate the recognition by G7 and W7 that notwithstanding the progress made by women in the world, we do not have a single country that has achieved gender equality. So we have a lot of work, and the work is universal. Whether we are east, west, north, south, rich or poor, these issues bind all of us as humanity. If we think, for instance, of the move from the Millennium Development Goals to the Sustainable Development Goals, one recognition in the Sustainable Development Goals is the universality of the agenda of issues that impact humanity. In the Sustainable Development Goals, we emphasize the importance of climate change. If you mess up your forest in one part of the world, it will mess up people in another part of the world. The issue of peace is also universal. If you do not have peace in one part of the world, no one has peace anywhere in the world. That the issue of inequality is universal between and within countries. The current extent of inequality means that people move around the world looking for means of survival, and all of us will have to deal with the issue of inequality. Gender equality is a universal issue. Women everywhere in the world want equal pay. Women everywhere in the world want to control and decide what to do with their own bodies. And and without women in the workplace everywhere in the world, all of our economies do not grow to the extent that they need to grow. Economic justice facilitates economic growth, and inclusive growth requires more women to be in the workplace. So there are many common issues that women need to discuss, and that makes the issue, and everyone needs to discuss and makes the issue of gender equality one of the most globalized issues of this time. Now we have just come out of two very meaningful engagement. I would like to throw some light on this very, very important and meaningful engagement as United Nations Women. The first is the United Nations Secretary General High Level Panel on Women Economic Empowerment, which looked at barriers to women economic empowerment and participation, starting from the barriers that are experienced by girls, such as in education, child marriage, and the different violations that girls experience that stop them from realizing their potential. We have also men have to work so hard to become corporate animals and do not have time to be fathers. That stops them from being able to contribute to the care services of the family, and in the process stops women from being able to participate in the labor market. So this is a large that must happen. More men in care economy and more women in the labor market. We also found in the work that we did both in the high level panel and the Commission on the Status of Women, the importance of women controlling their own bodies, of having autonomy without discrimination, having access and respect for their rights, both sexual and reproductive rights, and having access to services. The unmet needs of women in the area, for instance, of family planning are such that many women are having children that they do not want, that they cannot afford, only because we are unable to give them the much needed life-saving services that organizations such as WHO, UNFPA provides. We also uncovered in the course of discussion and the work, something that we all know, the importance of equal pay, and of the fact that men and women alike want to be paid wages that are equal to the contribution that we make. That is not too much to ask for any worker up to now. That right does not exist for women in most part of the world. This is a great robbery. We are therefore calling for many people, private sector, to mobilize appropriately to change this. Of course, most women are at the base of the income pyramid, which means that they are underpaid, and they are also in work for which there is no minimum wage. Those women caught on what we call sticky floors cannot rise up and will always live closer to poverty than prosperity. So laws and facilitation of minimum wages are critical to move women past the sticky floors, just as women on boards and women executives play a critical role in making sure that the glass ceiling and the steel ceiling, for that matter, are removed. These are some of the examples that are universal and that we can all work on in every part of the world. I want to salute all the men who are in the room, the role of men and boys is critical to the extent that there is historic affirmative action everywhere in the world, which is why they are where they are. We need men to turn the terms around and make sure that there is an affirmative action for women and we can have equality for all. So that's all. And thank you so much, dear Queen Nadia.
Bravo, bravo. Kudos to your spirit. My God, what passionate talking, what passionate sharing. I mean, you were speaking just from the heart and words were just flowing. Wonderful take on, whatever you shared, each and every word, what you said makes so much sense. But at the same time, I would like to say one thing, that a world full of empowered women isn't one where men are marginalized. It's a world where everyone thrives. THRIVES. Everyone thrives. That is important. But you were brilliant, Dr. Pratik. I just love that spirit. Keep it up. Keep shining. More power to you. And wow, awesome, amazing, admirable. You were great. You were great. I just loved what you shared. I think everyone on the platform just shared from their heart. And I think that is the beauty. When you're sharing from the heart, that's why they say that, in a tussle between the head and the heart, always listen to the heart. It may, at times take you, it may be on the left, but then whatever it says to you will always be right. So folks, you all were amazing, great personalities,
Thank you.
Great smiles, everything wonderful, brilliant. Thank you so much. And now let us hear it from the gorgeous, charismatic, very wonderful, Her Highness, the Queen of Love, the Queen of Compassion, the Queen of Peace, the Queen of Beautiful Thoughts, Angelic Thoughts, our very wonderful Queen Nadia Harihiri. Sister Nadia, it's your turn to empower us now.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alka. Thank you very much, Dr. Pratik, for your wonderful presentation, and thank you so much. Indeed, we are fighting for gender equality, but in reality, we women, this gender equality we are fighting for, in reality, we are also fighting for your rights, you men. We are fighting for the rights of humanity. When we say gender equality, is the equality of every human being, not only fighting for women. Because if you see in the world, the human rights are not respected. Even the divine rights are not respected. The right to live, the right to have potable water, the right to have a home for everyone. You understand? The right to have education. All these rights should be not only our human right, but our divine right. We women take the responsibility to fight for the right of every individual, every human being in the world. This is our mission. We are, why? Because we are mothers. We gave birth to humanity. We are responsible of all of you, even you men. We are responsible of every man. And never forget, you can be the biggest man in the world. We gave you birth. That it has to be respected. You see, when we say gender equality, we know that between men and women, there's a big difference, like the water and fire. They are very different, but they are working together. You see, they are balanced. This is important. Man is the electric energy woman is the magnetic energy. This electromagnetic energy is the base of all creation in the universe, in the whole universe. Yes, when we say gender equality, we are only fighting for our equality of rights, equality of opportunity, the right to open an account, the right to have the same salary. We have heard today in Brazil, men and women, they don't have the same salary. In different countries, they don't have, the woman cannot open an account. So imagine all this story. I want to say also something that I have to say, and it has to be denounced because it's not normal. In different countries, and especially also in India, and I will also call our guest of honor to speak and tell me what he thinks about that. Also in India, what is this nonsense? This nonsense, and where it comes from, because it's written nowhere. Who invented that? When a woman at her period, she has to sleep outside. She has not the right to cook. She has not the right to touch her children. She has no right to pray or go to a temple. From where this nonsense came? Where? She's declared like impure. What is this nonsense? It should not happen. And this story, the story also of dowry, the story of dowry should to stop. Our children, our daughters are not for sale. The forced marriage of our girls, our child girls should stop. We are enough of that. This domination of male pushing our children to destruction. We are just stealing their life. We are stealing the life of our girls. We are stealing the life of our children. We are stealing the life of our women, our sisters and mothers. From where? From where all these laws? Because it became laws in our society. It became laws and respected by all. Why? Is it so humiliating? It's an humiliation to live like that. It's really an humiliation. We need to reform that. And to start from now. It's not talking about all that is not enough. We have to act. We have to practice. If we women say stop, we are not giving our daughter for a dowry. We are not forcing our child to marry. We are not forcing our children to be considered like a goods. Nothing. If we start, we as a woman, to say stop, and we start to practice, it will change. Because without experience, without practice, we have no chance to change anything. We can be the voice of the voiceless, but without action and practice, it's useless. You understand? It's really useless. Our men who are the fathers of humanity, because we alone, we cannot create the humanity, we cannot give birth to humanity. We need the participation of our men. We need the participation of our men. Together we are creative when we are one, united, when we are one. So if our men from now, they know that they have this dominance, I don't know how to say it in English. Sorry, because my French is coming always. If our men start from now and say, stop, my daughter, I want her to go to school, no matter what. If my wife is pregnant with the girl, I will not force my wife to make abortion. That it is an abomination. It is a violation of life. Who are you to take this responsibility or this authority to give birth or to give death? I'm sorry, you don't have this authority. This authority is given to God, not to you. So if from now our men will stand up and say, our children, our girl children will go to school, you are just starting the process of the change and changing not only your home, because it will change your home and bring blessings in your home, but you are changing the whole nation if every man is thinking like that. You understand? Because remember, you are not immortal. Tomorrow you will live, and you don't know. This world is always in evolution. Let's prepare our children for the new generation, the new technology, the new era, the new environment, because life is changing, the environment is changing, and everything is accelerated. So if we are not at the same page, at the same frequency, we are lost. If we are not vibrating at the same frequency of peace, quality, you see, we are just unbalancing our world, and we will face the same problem that we are facing for the climate change. Do you think what is the climate change problem? Do you really think what is the climate change problem? In reality, our world is completely balanced. We have this carbon. We are now producing more carbon and just cutting our trees and all what is capable to absorb this carbon. You know, if we are producing more carbon and we are killing our vegetables that have this power and this role to absorb this carbon, of course, we are not balancing our world. We are violating the law of our environment, our nature, because everything is in balance. You have the carbon, the other side, it's balanced, the vegetable absorb this carbon. But we, women, we are thinking only to the opposite. We are thinking only to ourselves. You know, we are even see our stupidity. In some countries, we are producing a lot of food, and even this food is a waste of food and going to the trash. And in the other side of the world, we have people dying of hunger. What is this nonsense? So this debate is, yes, for gender equality, but also to bring the human rights equality for everyone. We are fighting for everyone, the right of men, because our men are very dear to us. We love our men. We are nothing without men, and they are nothing without us. We are nothing without them, and they are nothing without us. And we want to protect our men. It is even said that behind a big man, there's always a woman, because we care for our men. So we are fighting for our men, the right of our men. We are fighting for the right of our women. We are fighting for the right of our children. You know, so all that, it's part for me of gender equality, because everyone is unique and everyone has a unique gender. It is even confirmed by your DNA, which is unique. So let's fight for one another. And it's not normal. It's not normal what we are living now. It's really not normal. So thank you for this debate. Thank you for everyone and still here with us. Still here with us. We have our Kingdom of Morocco who is there. We have India still here. We have Ghana, Nigeria, and Canada also is here. India, we have Egypt. Thank you, brother Dr. Assam Musa, for standing also with us.
Thank you, Queen Nadia, for everything. Thank you. Those are very wonderful webinars. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being. I have seen you from the beginning, and you have my.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to be with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And for now, I want to give the last floor to our. I think that before to give the floor and let our people, VIP people like Dr. Rania and our guest of honor to close the station, because it's for him to close. I just want to say give the floor to the Kingdom of Morocco, our sister, Dr. Arabia. Yes. So I will translate what she has to say. And oui, vas-y, Rabia, à toi.
Merci, Votre Majesté, pour ce webinaire et que la paix, l'amour règne dans le monde.
Merci, chère sœur. She said, thank you so much, Your Majesty. May love and peace govern this world, our world. And she said, thank you very much. So let's first let our VIP guest, Dr. Rania, to say a final word. Then we are going to our guest of honor. Thank you.
What to say? It was a heartfelt event. Really, it was beyond my expectations. I didn't expect something like that. I want to be honest. It's something very different from ordinary conferences. You talked about many problems, many issues, domestic violence, which is actually not a relationship issue, it's a crime. And you talked about climate change, how women are disproportionately hit by climate change because they face the heavier burden of domestic work as a result of resource shortages caused by climate change. And, you know, the Global Gender Gap Report says that we may need another 200 years before we achieve this gender equality. I want to be more optimistic than this report. Yes. And let's take the example of Iceland. You know, in Iceland in 1975, 90% of women of Iceland went on strike for a day. They refused to go to work, to cook, to clean, or look after the children. There was a complete chaos. And what they were doing was calling on men to respect their work and demanding equal pay. And this actually happened after 42 years. In 2018, Iceland became the first country in the world to make companies prove that they are not paying women less than men. So I want to say, for concluding, that behind the success of every woman is always herself. And of course, we are women are the voice of our own happiness. Our happiness should not lie in external criteria, but in our own power and our strength. And of course, as you said before, that we don't need to compare or compete to men, but to live with them in a harmonious manner. Thank you very much. Congratulations for this wonderful event.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anya. Up to our wonderful guest of honor, Dr. Rajput. Thank you so much for staying here till the end. Hope you enjoy being with us. And now we have to work on the solution. And we love you guys because men, this is because we love you also. You know, our men are our sons, our brothers, and our fathers. They are and our husbands. So they are part of us. We are fighting for you as our sons. We are fighting for you as our husbands. We are fighting for you as our brothers. And we are fighting for you as our fathers. So you are part of our life and we love you. So Dr. Rajput, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Your Highness, Queen Nadia, for inviting me and with such a wonderful source from across the different continents of the world. In fact, everybody has touched a very, very important point, how to take care, what are the ways are there, because there are different situations are there in the different countries. And everybody has opened their heart, what they face, what the things are happening and how we have to come out for that. And this is the new initiative which you are taking. Believe you me, keep on attending multiple conferences, multiple meetings and all. But such initiative has not been taken in such a biggest level, where you are going to have 10,000 people coming at one place and you are going to put this thing, because that is your aim. And this aim is going to make a real wonders in the entire world, which is basically required. And this is the right step which you have taken, because this 3 days conference, which has been spoken by the multiple eminent, educated, and the world-renowned people, they are going to ensure it that should be circulated everywhere. And this is an awesome conference. I don't want to leave that. That was listening very, very, very seriously, sincerely. And it is always said what you said about it, that for every successful man, there is a woman. But for women, I like to say, for every successful woman, there is an entire family involved. There's an entire family involved. So we as a men or as a family, we must ensure that we must empower, we must educate, we must support, we must motivate, we must ignite, we will ensure. This is our responsibility. This is our duty to ensure it. Then only the world will be a better place to live with a lot of humanity, humility, and compassion. With this, I really thank you. I also thank Dr. Namita Rajput for such a wonderful way of sharing the things. Dr. Alka Mahajan, I can see, Dr. Shelly Best ma'am, right? And all the wonderful moderators who had made the things such a wonderful way. Dr. Madam Katyal, and of course the special guest Rania ma'am, and everybody has spoken from the heart. And Dr. Pratik, he was just like it was like a book. He was just putting the thing, it was coming from his heart, right? So it was like untiring thing was there. So that is all. And Mr. Ganesh from Nepal, he also spoke so well, and all the people, all. So I'm sorry, I'm not able to take the name of everybody, but thank you so much. I really enjoyed, and I'm sure that we all going to contribute on this journey, which is very, very important, because my aim, our aim is 10,000 people should be there to make the things happen. And this is the first step. And we always say that the journey of the 100 miles starts with the first step. And this is a wonderful, beautiful, excellent, elegant first step has been taken under your great leadership with all the so people. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajput. Yes, indeed. And Rabia, present here, she's also working with me on that, and with the governor and the sister of the king. We are doing that in Morocco, and the sister of the king of Morocco is also supporting me, and she is also supporting everything, and we are doing it. We are doing it. You are all invited in Morocco in few months, and it will be just amazing. So I thank all the wonderful team of moderators. Wow, You rock girl. Wow, I was so surprised to see this dynamism, this joy, happiness. I am so proud of you. And wow. And our doctor also, Namita Rajput, also from our master of ceremony today. I want also to thank and salute our great king, His Majesty King Edmund Kelly Silva Jr., who is the chancellor and the face of this ceremony. So we are sending him our love and all that. He is someone very dear to us. And thank you. If anyone wants to add something, please go, then we are going to close. If anyone wants to speak, please go. And otherwise, we have to say goodbye, and we meet tomorrow, same hour, 1:30. Rania, you have to come. You are a great supporter. You can speak anytime. So all people present here, you are invited tomorrow again.
Okay, sure.
Yes. Dr. Assam, tomorrow you come also. You have to support us. You are muted.
Yeah, my pleasure to be with you, Queen Nadia. It's my pleasure. I will be tomorrow. Thank you so much. It's my talk tomorrow.
Yes, thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone. So it's the end of this debate, and we meet tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.